connecting to the real nerds is so easy. You can go to our website, realnerdspodcast.com. You can like us on Facebook. We have a Twitter account, @RealNerds. We also have Instagram. You can call us, 720-6nerds5. You want to email us? You can do that too, realnerds@gmail.com. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the show.
Hi, my name is Paul Caroli, and I host a podcast called Changing Denver. It's a monthly show about our city's physical spaces, how we make them, and how they make us. But it's so much more than that. It's the conversations, ideas, and stories that define Denver's perpetual state of flux. Find more from our team at changingdenver.com and join the conversation on Twitter @ChangingDenver. Denver's changing. We can help.
This is Zach Howard, and you're listening to the Real Nerds Podcast.
Welcome to Real Nerds Podcast, unofficially the official podcast of Denver Comic Con 2018 and beyond, and a proud member of the Denver Podcasting Network. We are Denver's premier movie reviewing podcast.
Yeah.
I am Ryan. With me always is, except last week,
James.
and
Zach.
and
Brad.
and through the magic of Google machine, Henry from
Hey, I'm back.
New York. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, you're like a robot.
Nothing. Just hanging out in sunny old New York, the Big Apple, pursuing my dreams of being an artist.
I thought your dream was growing your hair really long in the back. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's getting long.
What made you decide you're going to grow your hair long?
Well, I did it for finals week last year. And so I've just been going it ever since. I'm shaving it all in December, but I decide I'm too far along to just get rid of it. So I might as well just end it on December and have a New Year's thing.
Like completely bald?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing skinhead.
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That'll go over great
Well,
in
it's
New
like
York.
it's one of those haircuts I should probably do at some point, so might as well do it now.
Are you auditioning for American X2?
If they're
More
sure, why
extreme?
not? You know, white nationalism's really in right now, so why not?
You mean American History X2,
Too
the
extreme.
Return of Xander Cage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Too extreme.
Yeah.
That's a great crossover. American History XXX, The Return of Xander Cage.
No, it's American History X2,
X.
American United. American History United. And it's not what you think. It's actually about the merger of American Airlines and United Airlines.
That backroom dealing is
called American History
Yeah.
XXX.
there's lots of fucking in that one.
Cool.
Anyways, on Real Nerds Podcast, every week we go see a new movie and we podcast our experience of the world. Except this week. This week we are doing another Filmsplosion because all the movies
are bad.
I don't know if bad, we just didn't want to see any.
We didn't want to see firefighter Josh Brolin.
I kind of want to see that movie where those actors don't fight wolves after they crash a plane in the mountains. You know, the one that looks exactly like The Grey but without wolves.
The mountain between us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the one that's a love story?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a love story.
Shit.
They
Between
only
man
have
and
6
wolf.
hours to fall in love, or else they'll freeze to death.
And get fucked by wolves.
I was really hoping like
Ryan knows what it's like to be fucked by a wolf.
I have. Log on to Real Nerds Podcast and see the trailer for Never Cry Wolf.
I was really hoping it was going to end up being like, you know, The Edge or something where you found out that Kate Winslet like killed his son or something and then they had to fight.
Grizzlies?
Yes. Yeah.
In like a steaming pool of like, so it's in a hot spring but it's snow, but when they're fighting the steam's coming off the pool.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And then there's a big grizzly bear named like Chocolate or something like that and it eats the guy and he's like, this fucking hat is so important to this expedition.
And he goes, chocolate. No!
Yeah. Look at this bee, it's dead. Oh no, it's not. This is from a movie called Grizzly Man. He's a crazy pants. He got eaten by a bear. It
I
was
was going to
sad.
say, in the climactic scene, do they just cut to black and you just hear the sounds of the guy getting eaten?
No, you just hear Werner Herzog be a dick and delete the tape.
You should not listen to this movie.
No one should listen to this.
This is going to be the elephant in the room.
Because you know, all Germans want to do is delete stuff from history.
Oh, shit.
So-
Take that, Fitzcarraldo guy.
That was good.
Today on Real Nerds Podcast, we're going to go back in time for the last time this year in our last retro Filmsplosion for the year 2007, which was a hell of a good year for movies.
It was.
What were you guys doing
I
in
can't wait for
2007?
Orbit to show up on someone's list.
Oh, it's on mine. Have you seen that poster? Comedy Gold.
Oops.
Yeah. Way to spoil my number one. In 2007, I was not being awesome. I don't know. I don't remember.
I was in college.
I think you're still working at the Outback.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have a major that year.
He graduated and still doesn't have one.
Oh,
I was 10.
you fucker.
Oh my god. I was a sophomore going into junior year, and this was easily my favorite year of film ever.
Oh my God, he's going to talk forever about shit movies.
He really is. I already know what they are. And they're not good.
This is the year I started paying more attention to indie films and like art house
Oh,
films.
fuck. This is going to be the longest Filmsplosion
You were
ever.
late.
It was also the year I started working at the movie theater, so like I went to see everything, like 2-3 movies a week. So because
Oh,
it
yeah.
was free. So
I do remember I was such a pathetic loser back then. I would go to movies by myself constantly.
wait, you
What?
were a pathetic
No, that's not
loser
terrible.
once?
Yeah, I know.
I find that hard to believe.
It is.
It was a while until I started going to movies by myself. It's totally fine. You like?
No, I like it now
Yeah, it's
because I don't have
yeah.
to deal with my wife, but
Aw.
I've done it. You are a pathetic loser if you do that.
yep.
Yeah. No, you're not. It's great. I saw Mud Alone.
Were you the only one in the theater?
Yeah.
In
I was the only one in the
2007?
theater when I saw Keira Knightley get naked in a movie.
The Jacket.
No, it was
Fassbender one.
the
Domino.
Michael Fassbender one. Imitate. Dangerous Game.
That's Imitation Game, and that.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
What was that? Yeah.
Dangerous Method.
There you go.
Oh, Dangerous Method.
the-
Yeah.
It comes to me eventually.
There you go.
With,
Yeah.
with Vigo.
Yeah, it's an alright movie.
Viggo
I never saw that
Aragon.
movie. Yeah.
Yep. You don't need to.
David Cronenberg.
All of the movies that I just listed as the times I've seen her get naked, all terrible films. Is Dangerous Method good?
It's all right.
Okay. There might be a pattern there. Maybe we shouldn't see her naked. Just saying.
We should. It just shouldn't be in shitty movies.
Okay.
I saw one of our films this year, a film from this year alone. Like I was the only one in the theater, but we'll get to it. So. And I was
From
actually-
2000. I thought you
Yeah,
meant from 2017.
From 2017. No, I've always had an audience this year,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or if it's just one person. Well, wait, no. Were we the only ones in good time, Henry?
Yeah, we were.
Okay, never mind then.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to count down our 10 favorite films from the year. I'm going to start with Zach, then Henry. Right?
Yep, that's what I wanted.
All right. And then,
Do you feel like you're being set up, Zach?
I don't know. Like, is it like This Is Your Life, or is it like Punked? I don't know.
it's a wonderful life, Zach.
Definitely like punked.
I want to change. No, I'm excited for whatever Henry has in store here.
Cool. And then we'll just go from there. So, Zach.
All right, so number 10, we're starting off with a film that a lot of people waited a long ass time for, and when we finally got it, it was I guess a big deal. But my number 10 is the Simpsons movie.
20th Century Fox presents the greatest Simpsons family adventure of all time.
Dad, it's not fair to use a bug zapper to catch the fish.
I think I have a nibble.
On July 27th,
President Schwarzenegger.
That is me.
Springfield has reached crisis levels. I've narrowed your choices down to 5 unthinkable options.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
when disaster threatens our world,
They're going to destroy Springfield.
one family will show everyone what they're made of.
This is the worst day of my life.
It's the worst day of your life so far.
Now,
I declare a state of emergency.
time
Dad, do something.
This book doesn't have any answers.
is
What? Tell us!
running out.
Did I save the day?
Actually, you doomed us all.
No.
How did the pig tracks get on
Spider-Pig, Spider-Pig, does whatever a Spider-Pig does.
The Simpsons movie.
Look out, he is a Spider-Pig.
Oh yeah,
I remember I went to San Diego Comic-Con a shit ton during high school. So
why don't you brag about it some more?
No. This is the reason why it was it was an amazing time, because when we went there, the movie was premiering, in theaters across the country. So we went to the midnight. It was so sold out at that theater that they had to thread the film across from one auditorium to another auditorium that was like back to back, so that they could sell more show times. So we didn't get to see the end credits and whatnot, or visuals of it. It would just play the audio. But it was a packed experience. It was amazing. And then right after, the following days after, the Simpsons movie held their panel at Comic-Con and showed a deleted scene from the movie, which was Homer hitching a ride in a sausage truck, when the sausage truck guy goes to check his inventory, he finds out that Homer's eaten the entire truck. So, I mean, they took it out for a reason. It's kind of funny, but the movie itself, it's great.
It's better than it deserves to be, because
I agree.
I think the Simpsons at that time were in a really big lull, and I think they needed a movie like that to kind of rejuvenate the brand, because while the Simpsons, I think, is always a good show, sometimes it suffered from just
its golden years are behind it.
Having made every episode and told every possible story.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason this one is as strong as it is because you bring back a lot of writers that had at this time left. Ian Maxtone Graham, Dave Silverman came in and did some stuff. He also directed the movie, but he also contributed to the writing. John Swartzwelder being involved in this movie is a big plus, because he is, without a doubt, one of the best writers that show ever had. Conan O'Brien didn't, but he wanted to, but I don't know why it didn't happen. It was fun. It was just a fun experience, as being a longtime Simpsons fan from like childhood to that point was like, it was a big deal. I went multiple times to the theater to watch it, and then working in the movie theater at that point, like I get to clean up the theater, so I get to hear the soundtrack constantly. I think it's my favorite Hans Zimmer soundtrack, next to maybe The Dark Knight. Because it takes the spirit of what Alf Clausen does on the show and kind of like amps it up to 10. I think Albert Brooks is still one of the funniest fuckers on the planet, and his performance as Russ Cargill, the head of the EPA, is absolutely awesome. He has the great moment where he's trying to tell a guy like how many people he wants in his lineup of tough guys, and this is how I want them: tough, small, tough, soft, tough, tough, soft, tough. And his associate goes, "Sir, I think you've gone mad with power." And Russ Cargill goes, "Of course I have. Haven't you tried going mad without power? It's boring. No one listens to you." And also President Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
I miss Danny DeVito. But yeah, so that's my number 10, The Simpsons movie.
Cool. That's a good one.
Cool. Henry?
My number 10, I'll try to keep short, because it's one that I don't think y'all care about. My number 10 is probably the most interesting biopic I've ever seen. My number 10 is I'm Not There.
People are always talking about freedom. Freedom to live a certain way. Of course, the more you live a certain way, the less it feels like freedom. Me? I can change during the course of a day. I wake and I'm one person, and when I go to sleep, I know for certain I'm somebody else.
See, you just want me to say what you want me to say.
Once upon a time, you dressed so fine, threw the bumps of dime in your prime. Then you, people call, say it be.
All they want from me is finger point songs. I only got 10 fingers.
I'm kidding you.
It's not about me anymore. It's all about him.
How does it feel?
That's nature's will, and I'm against nature.
How does it feel?
Could have swore you was an older man.
Well, it used to be. Much older.
What's with all this doomsday, hocus pocus?
Yes, chaos, clocks, watermelons, it's everything.
Like a rolling stone.
This is a good film.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm Not There is a biopic on Bob Dylan. And what makes it interesting is that Bob Dylan is played by 6 different people, including Cate Blanchett, Richard Gere, in a weird turn of events, a small black child. And it's just a very interesting film that I think, when I think biopics, it's definitely one of the most interesting ones I've seen probably ever. So, but yeah. There's not really a lot to say about it, just that if you want to see an interesting biopic, I think this is one that I would check out. So,
Cate Blanchett is amazing.
No, she's
really
amazing.
good.
I think she was nominated for it, which she deserves to be. So,
yeah,
I think I could be in it. Hi, I'm Bob Dylan. Here's my number one song.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
Now
When they make
invent
I'm Not
rap
There
music.
too, they'll call you.
See, because Bob Dylan invented rap. That was really good.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Ryan Frost.
That's all you have to say, Henry?
Yeah, pretty much.
That was short and sweet.
Ryan Frost.
Yeah, none of you really care, so why should I make it longer? So.
I do
I'm Not
care.
There's a good one. Yeah.
Brad?
My number 9 I like more, so.
All right.
Yeah, that's why it's higher than 10, Henry.
Because
Thank you for counting with me.
you're my hero, Brad. I'm going to let you choose who goes next.
Oh.
Me, of course.
Perfect. Brad, your number 10?
My number 10 is TMNT.
There's a legendary group of warriors that travels under the cover of darkness and fights for all those in need. But they have never been needed more than right now.
You did see that up there? I've got a bad feeling.
Between two worlds.
Every 3,000 years, the stars align, unleashing an army of monsters.
That can't be good.
Beyond our universe.
Within hours, we'll lose the city, and within weeks, the world.
There's a brotherhood.
Attack as one!
That cannot be broken. Destroy them.
Aren't you cute? You want a butt-kicking little fella?
Hey!
Dude! Got any moves left? Just this one! Did anyone get the license plate of that thing that hit us last night? It looked like your mom, dude. Yeah, that would make her your mom too, doofus. Nut.
Yes.
This was fun. In the
Wow.
theater.
I'm surprised this is so low. I really like this movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's cool.
I thought you loved the Turtles.
I do love the Turtles, but I like the live action version of the Turtles a lot more when they're fighting the Foot Clan and Shredder. This one, they're fighting Patrick Stewart, who's like a mega CEO, and he wants to revive a bunch of weird monsters. And really, the main reason to watch this movie is just the rooftop scene between Leo and Raph.
Yes.
And
So good.
Yeah, the animation is pretty good. The whole fight scene on the rooftop is pretty special because Peter Laird, the co-creator, one of his mandates was that the Turtles should never fight each other in the franchise. And somehow they got him to kind of relax that a bit. Because also at this time, Peter Laird was in control of the property. Kevin
Eastman?
Well, no, Kevin Eastman, neither of them own it anymore. It belongs to, is it Paramount?
It would be Paramount because Nick's doing the series right now.
No, Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon owns the property. So, yeah, Paramount is part of Viacom.
Yeah.
So once Nickelodeon bought it, but this movie came out before that thing, and Peter Laird was in the control of the property, so he had a lot of say over how the movie turned out. And, now, like, Kevin Eastman answers to Nickelodeon about his own thing.
Also, one of many films this year where Kevin Smith has an acting role in it.
Yeah, Kevin Smith has a quick little voice cameo in it, and Sarah Michelle Gellar is the voice of April.
Yeah.
Who else? Yeah, there's the big name.
Yeah, it's not on my list, but I love that scene. It's one of my most favorite scenes ever. And Ryan Frost, fun fact, that's the first Blu-ray I've ever purchased.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah.
That's cool. Is that why they never made an animated series out of it? Because Nickelodeon bought it? Because I was always kind of disappointed that they didn't take that same animation style and just make a show out of it.
No,
I
they
was
didn't
so cool.
do it because it didn't do well.
Well, that's right.
And then
I remember.
Imagine they did Astro Boy, and then that studio folded. So,
it was good. It was fun seeing it in the theater. It was awesome.
Yeah, I think I only was able to see it once in the theater at the time, so I have to check my stubs. But yeah, it's cool. Just for that rooftop scene alone.
Oh yeah, totally worth it. That was the thing that I liked about it, was that I think that movie makes those characters it gives them some depth that I would agree the villains in there are kind of weak because you're just they're fighting funny monster things, but the characters in that one to me are a lot more interesting than they are in.
And you can kind of see it as a continuation of the other three movies, which is why they package it with the other three all the time, even though it's not live action.
Yeah.
But yeah, the storyline it does build off of kind of what those two established. So.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yep.
James, do you want me to go or you go?
I can go.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll go.
Being very democratic today.
My number. You are. Why are you being so nice? It's weird. Something's gonna happen. You're gonna do something. My number 10. I usually reserve my number 10 for something of a ringer. In this case, it's a documentary that was certainly a big deal at the time, and I don't necessarily look back at it as the most interesting documentary, but it was something a lot of people talked about a lot that year, and was certainly a whole lot of fun to see. My number 10 is The King of Kong: A Fistful of Quarters.
Champion.
I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs.
I play video games.
It's a constant drive to be the best at something.
I said I'm like the Wayne Gretzky of video games.
The fact of the matter is, Bill is the best classic arcade gamer of our era. Steve he's so focused on being the best at what he does, and he will not stop until it's absolutely perfect.
The average gamer on Donkey Kong will never get past the third elevator stage.
Very difficult. It's a hard game.
So why should I pursue playing a piece of crap that's difficult?
Maybe the level of difficulty is one of the things that appealed to me.
There's a guy named Steve Wibby, or Wib, it's W-I-E-B-E. So he took two of Billy's titles right away from him. And I don't mean to sound, crude or anything, but he did. Officially he did.
Not one of the scores that is there intimidates me.
Because they won't give me my videotaped record.
The videotape is not proof. The videotape is history.
I don't know if he's playing mind games.
Well, Billy Mitchell always has a plan. Well, maybe they'd like it if I lose. I gotta try losing sometime.
Good choice. Shows up later on my list.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was going to be my number 10.
Sorry, say again?
It was going to be my number 10, but something replaced it.
Oh, okay. What was... Never mind.
I'm not here, I guess.
No, so I put something in as my number 7.
Oh, okay.
So it's coming up later. Don't worry.
So this was a really cool documentary about this guy who wants to... he's somewhat autistic and becomes really good at Donkey Kong Jr. and wants to get the new
high score.
And it's just all this drama about the league where all of these scores are being measured, and like the guy who has it, who is this weird guy who like it's like
Billy Mitchell.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly like meeting like that football star who was like big in high school and that was his peak, and then he just still lives in that place, only reverse. Like it's the nerd version of that.
He also makes hot sauce. Like you notice, like in the documentary, he's always like around a bunch of hot sauce.
Yeah. Doesn't he wear a lot of
has a mullet,
American shirts and stuff like that? Like I remember him being anyway. It's fascinating. The characters are really like bizarre in such a way that you would kind of expect them to be written, but they're not. And then just the back and forth that year surrounding this documentary about Steve Wiebe versus Billy Mitchell, and then of course even after the documentary came out, like they went back and forth, and now it's like the top like 3 high scores are all from
some other dude.
some dude from like South Korea or something like that. But anyway, it's a fascinating documentary that's totally worth checking out and extremely bizarre and unique. So one that I certainly remember highly from that year. So that's my number 10.
So I always preface my Filmsplosion, if it's your first Filmsplosion with me, is there might be better films that year, but mine are always films I've watched the most or I enjoy the most.
Mm-hmm.
So my number 10 film is
Transformers. Oh my gosh,
that came out that year.
Yeah, it did.
I just skip by it when I see that shitty like font.
Hey, the font's great.
We might see it later.
Which
Who
one?
knows?
There's 3.
Ooh.
So my number 10 is Resident Evil Extinction.
Take a sample of her blood, then get rid of that. These clones are not working. The original Alice is the key. Find her, and we can return to the surface.
Sorry about this, Stevie.
It really is the end of the world.
What happened to it? Judger must have taken it back.
We lost half of the convoy. Pretty soon there'll be more of us dead than alive.
Okay, spread out. Look for anything of use. Gas, food, ammo. You know the drill.
What's going on?
Been feeding on infected flesh.
My senses have detected Alice. Her powers appear to have grown at a geometric rate.
I can have a strike team ready within the hour.
Everyone is scared. Good thing we like a challenge.
Make sure she's dead.
I'm coming for you.
Shut her down. Oh.
We fought the infection. We survived the apocalypse. And now, we face extinction.
That came out this year?
Yeah, so it's the third part in the Resident Evil series. It takes place in Las Vegas. It's really cool. There's some really kick-ass scenes where she fights like killer crows, and she's fighting zombies in the wasteland that used to be Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And she also gets shut down by a satellite. I don't know. But there's some really cool fight scenes too when she's like underground.
Underground in a Paul W.S. Anderson movie?
I
How
know,
weird.
right? But actually, he did not direct that one. He might. I don't think he even
Really?
wrote that
Really?
one.
I think he produced that one.
I think he just produced that one. I
Is
think
that
that's
why
probably
it's the
why.
best one?
Probably. Because it's kind of like Mad Max Resident Evil. Like she's going across the desert trying to get to.
Do you think there's
the
a
coast.
scenario we can connect Blade Runner 2049 to Resident Evil Extinction?
Oh, I hope.
Because it's Las
That'd be-
Vegas.
well, and they're both
in the
Sony
desert.
products.
And they're both
Oh,
Sony.
man.
Oh shit!
I think we have a universe here,
We
guys.
do.
Does Atari ever show up in Resident Evil?
It better. But no, it's just like it's a really fun movie, and the Resident Evil movies, you can take them or leave them or whatever. But I actually have I really like this one, and it's just her kicking ass in it, and that's about it.
I'm so glad you got this on your list because I adore that movie, and it's the best Resident Evil film, I think, without a question.
Yeah,
because it's
even
so
beyond
dumb.
just the whole idea of it being just a good. It's just in general a good film. It's not a good Resident Evil film. It's I genuinely consider it to be the best of all of them, and that's saying something because I'm not really a fan of those films. So.
Yeah, it is both ridiculous and moves fast enough that you can have a good time, because it still has those scenes where all of a sudden her eyes can control satellites. And you're what the fuck is happening?
And that's I always call that the Paul W.S. Anderson effect. It's he has these ideas that are never fully developed.
Yeah,
they're just cool.
Yeah,
I swear he sits around and I mean okay.
half the time they're cool.
So I swear he sits around with his wife Mila Jovovich and he's like, I think in this one, I control satellites with your eyes. Yeah, that sounds great.
Am I still in the movie?
Yes.
Great. It's a great idea, Paul.
What if there was a whole basement full of millions of you? What if at the end of the movie we find out you're an army?
Millions of me? Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. And then you'll kind of be naked, and everyone's like, "Oh, I saw Mila naked again," and I'm like, "Oh, great, that'd be awesome." Yeah. And then they'll like, "Oh, remember when she was naked in Fifth Element?" Yeah. And then we'll make it like a hard rock album, and you'll just kick zombies in the face.
What if this time we do that same action scene but backwards?
Ooh, that is a great opening.
That's a great opening, man. That franchise,
like I said,
up and down.
That film franchise has so many great ideas. Even in the last one, I love the idea of someone being dragged by a huge tank and zombies chasing them, and they use them as a weapon. I love that idea.
Great.
Almost pulls it off. Almost pulls it off.
Unfortunately, it's surrounded by the rest of that movie.
But that's, I think, if you watch all of Paul W.S. Anderson's films, I think he makes films look really cool. But he always has, I call it the music video thing, where it's basically a setup to a setup. They'll be in one room and they'll fight this monster, and then they go into another room with no real rhyme or reason. It's well, let's put another cool looking monster in here. And in the next one, Afterlife, where the executioner just comes through the showers and starts fighting. It looks awesome, but it makes no sense at all.
Right.
And I think that's what he does. He's like, it'll look cool. That's what I'm going to do. But yeah, Extinction's really fun, though.
You recently gave me all of them. I have to sit down and just marathon them at this point. So.
That was my first Ultra HD purchase, was Resident Evil Final Chapter.
Oh, my gosh.
Or maybe it was King Kong Skull Island. Whatever one came out first.
Can we just say it's Resident Evil, because I like that more?
Yes. It doesn't really take advantage of the 4K, guys. It's a really dark movie. The blacks look really great.
Yeah, I bet Afterlife, those underwater mud sequences, I bet those look great in 4K.
Oh, Resident Evil, the twister of our generation.
Those movies have been out for 15 years, I think that franchise has been going. Mm-hmm. I think the first one was... Oh, no.
2002.
17.
Yeah.
Was it 2002 or was it 2001?
2002.
Man.
Yep.
We should make a cake and celebrate.
Wait, maybe it was 2001.
I don't know. I just know...
Can we do a Filmsplosion of just Resident Evil films?
Yes.
Well, there's not 10 of them, so it's going to be very short.
Yeah, it's only 6.
Not yet.
We'll do a critical, you're in film school, a critical study of the Resident Evil films.
I'm on it, don't worry.
Thank you. Zach, your number 9?
My number 9 is a film that I went into begrudgingly because my sister and my cousins wanted to see it, and I walked out a bigger fan of it than they were. My number 9 is Hairspray.
It was a time of tradition. A time of values. A time
People who are different, their time is coming.
to shake things up.
Not in Baltimore, it isn't. Hurry up, Penny, we're missing you.
Jesse,
Darla,
Holly,
Noreen, Doreen.
and I'm late. Sorry, baby, not you shaking as you lie in bed. That was our very own Link Larkin.
And I'm Motormouth Maybell, pitching rhythm your way.
Dancing on that show is my dream.
Want to be one of the nicest kids in town? Cut school tomorrow and come audition. No one in this house is auditioning for anything.
But Mom. Amber?
Save your personal life for the cameras, sweetie. Oh, shiny.
Go on, get out there and show 'em.
Hey, little girl, I'm spinning free. I don't come cheap, but the kisses come free. Well, there are brand new council member, Miss Tracy Turnblad.
First the hair, now this.
Tracy certainly has redefined our standards. That's for sure.
When you follow your own beat,
We get any more white people in here, this is gonna be a suburb.
the world will follow you.
I think knowing you is the start of a pretty big adventure.
Oh, you can't stop today as it comes speeding down the track. Yesterday is history, and it's never coming back. 'Cause tomorrow is a brand new day, and you don't know what comes back. The world keeps spinning round and round, and my heart's keeping time to the speed of sound. I was lost till I heard the drums, and I found my way. 'Cause you can't stop the beat. Ever since we first saw the light, I'm getting walking like to shake it on a Saturday night, and so I'm gonna shake it, shimmy, you can follow my mind today. 'Cause you can't stop the beat. You can't stop the beat. You can't stop the beat.
Hairspray.
This is America. You gotta think big to be big. Big ain't the problem in this family, Wilbur.
Really?
That's
Yep.
cricket you hear.
Wow, I'm very surprised. Cool. Explain. I haven't seen it.
So I walked into the movie. I was taking them to basically, like, I was getting paid to babysit, essentially. So I was like, well, I'll take them to a movie. They like Zac Efron, yada, yada, yada. And I walked out going like, what the fuck did I just watch? Is this actually something very smart? I did not know who John Waters was at that point. Now, he didn't direct this one. It's Adam Shankman, the guy who did Bedtime Stories, Rock of Ages, and stuff like that in film. Which I like Bedtime Stories. I think it's a fun Adam Sandler film.
Yeah.
But so the film, if you don't know what Hairspray is about, it's about a girl who wants to dance on the Corny Collins show in the 60s, and in the process becomes a story about the civil rights movement in I actually think a very mature way for the audience it's targeting. Nikki Blonsky, who plays Tracy Turnblad in the film, is great. I think she's wonderful. I feel like I can, like, I can definitely like relate to her and like follow her journey and feel for her at every point and turn. This is the film that made me think Efron had abilities beyond the Disney Channel set because of a specific scene where he's hugging a photo of Tracy because he's pining for her, and like he starts gyrating around with it in a Tommy Wiseau kind of way, which is just funny as shit. Travolta's really good in the film. He's no divine, but he's really good. Christopher Walken's great in the film, and I think like the music's so good. The book was co-written by Thomas Meehan, who did The Producers on Broadway, and unfortunately recently passed away this year. Because of this film, I then did research, found out like, well, it's a remake of an '88 film. This is the director, John Waters, and it's begun a lifelong love affair. I fucking love John Waters as a writer. I think as a director, while his films aren't the cleanest looking, he's definitely like got ideas that he likes to shoot out into the universe, and some of them click, some of them don't, but he's definitely a very fascinating guy to read about and read what he has to say on stuff. And it's a catchy movie. It's comfort food, and I really enjoy it. So yeah, if you haven't seen the 2007 version of Hairspray, check it out. Fascinating.
Henry?
My number 9 is a comedy that I really like that apparently a lot of other people were not big fans of. My number 9 is Blades of Glory.
The passion. The power. The world of competitive figure skating.
You're welcome, Stocko.
Jazz Michaels is definitely shaking things up.
That was disgusting. That, young man, is how babies are made.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie.
Sick, you smell like after-shaven taco meat.
Yes, I do.
Mosquito.
How dare you?
You are to be stripped of your medals and banned from men's figure skating for the remainder of your lives.
Now, two rivals.
Michaels. McElroy.
I see you got fat.
I see you still look like a 15-year-old girl, but not hot.
Will join forces.
What do you guys have that none of the other teams have?
Matching junk?
Exactly.
Two men skating together, and in our division, no less.
Those two are nothing but a couple of freaks.
Do you mind trying to eat here?
Just thought you'd like to see what a skater's body really looks like. Chaz Michaels and Jimmy McElroy are figure skating. Boom! That was his fault.
You two are the last pieces of the puzzle.
Will Ferrell. John Heder.
The first male pair in the history of the sport. How is this going to work?
Blades of Glory.
So, Coach, I was thinking about the music for our routine.
We're gonna skate to one song only. I'm gonna get you drunk off my lady hump, my lovely lady hump.
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
No, it's not. It
gets the people going.
Dude, that movie's fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Like-
I love Chaz Michael.
No, I love it. It's like everyone always considers it like one of Will Ferrell's worst comedies, but it's one of my favorites of his. I mean, spoiler alert, the scene when you watch that footage of someone getting their head cut off. To this day, it's one of my favorite comedy scenes of all time. Blades of Glory is about these two male figure skaters who both get kicked out, or they're like banned from male figure skating, and the only way they can return is if they do doubles figure skating, and so they decide to go be the first male couple in figure skating. And it's hilarious. So
I love the ending spoilers for film 10 years old, but where they like fly away on sparks on their like ice skates. What's going on here? It's just doesn't make any sense, but it's still awesome.
Will Arnett and Amy Poehler in that movie are fucking hilarious. Like this,
where they play
like,
brother and sister who are in a
incestuous-
really incesty relationship.
Yeah, it's like it's nearing there, but it's PG-13, so we can't do too much.
It's more fun when it's suggestive because some people call me the tattooed man. Or was it the illustrated man?
Yeah,
the
Illustrated Man.
illustrated man. He has all these like shitty tattoos all over because he's the bad boy of skating.
and the sex addict anonymous meeting scene is really funny too. But yeah, it's a fun film. I remember liking it.
Yeah. Cool.
That's my number 9.
Brad?
My number 9 is The Darjeeling Limited.
I think we have a chance to make this kind of a life-changing experience, and I think we need it.
I want us to become brothers again like we used to be.
You're the two most important people in the world to me.
This is incredible!
Why haven't we spoken in a year?
Because we don't trust each other. Is that my belt? Can I borrow it?
I want us to be completely open and say yes to everything, even if it's shocking and painful.
You have any questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
What happened to your face?
What's going on? I don't know. I guess the train's lost.
What'd he say? He says the train's lost.
How can a train be lost? It's on rails. What's wrong with you?
Let me think about that.
Where you go when I don't hurt? I've killed my world and I've killed my time. So where do I go? What will I see? I see many people coming after me. So where you going to? I don't mind.
What are you doing in this place? Well, originally, I guess we came here on a spiritual journey,
You don't love me! Yes, I do! I love you too, but I'm gonna mace you in the face!
but that didn't really pan out.
I wonder if the three of us could have been friends in real life. Not as brothers, but as people.
We are not two, we are one.
To be continued.
Yeah. Most people, when you ask them what's their least favorite one, it's this one. But I don't know why, because it's Wes Anderson doing his normal Wes Anderson stuff. He's got these three brothers who their fathers recently died, and they just kind of go on a soul-searching mission across India, and so you get to see a bunch of Indian culture as you go, and break apart the underlying feuds between these three people, and it's great. It's fun. It's quirky. It's got some heart. It's a good time.
It's actually one of my favorites from Wes Anderson. Like I think that's a really simple movie that does some really good stuff. I don't know. I really enjoy that film.
He's a fun filmmaker. I don't think he has a bad movie. You can watch them all and be entertained. I think that's a great hallmark of a filmmaker.
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
I think why people don't like this one, or people dislike this one more. I think it's his most introspective film.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a lot of his other stuff is very you don't think extrovert when you think Wes Anderson, but a lot of his other stuff is doing things. Whereas this one is all three characters kind of looking within themselves, because it is a very meditation-based film. And so I think that's why a lot of people kind of go away from it. But I think it's one of his better films and one of his more mature films.
Yeah, that's exactly why I like it so much. Is it's not as much just wacky stuff. It's more about those characters. I adore it. It's great. I will say that I wish that Hotel Chevalier wasn't at the beginning, because I hate that short, and I think it sets completely the wrong tone for the film.
You have the option to watch it without.
You do, yes. But the first time I watched it on Blu-ray, I didn't do that, and I watched it with my folks, and the first 20 minutes was this uncomfortable, okay, the whole tone has shifted. But it's great. I love that movie. Cool.
Yep.
Brad, that's it?
That's it.
James?
My number 9 is going to probably sweep some legs, but this is where this movie goes for me. It's probably a strange pick for me, and maybe not a movie that, especially in the world of comedies, isn't one that has a story. It's got a good character story to it, but in the end, I pick it here because I've watched it so many times because it's just so damn funny. My number 9 is Superbad.
Thanks for taking him, Seth.
No problem.
I can't imagine what you're going to do without each other next year. Evan told me you didn't get into Dartmouth. You going to miss each other?
No, I don't miss each other. Yeah, I'm going to cry myself to sleep every night. Me too. When I'm out partying.
Go to school, boys.
I am truly jealous you got to suck on those tits when you were a baby. Yeah, well, at least you got to suck on your dad's dick. It's a nice looking dick.
I never see you at parties or anything.
Saturday was actually a crazy night for me. I had some friends over.
Wow.
Hung out in my basement and we had a few drinks. Cocktail casual.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
You would have loved it.
So, Seth, you're coming to my party tonight, right?
Yeah, what? Should I not come?
Can you get us booze?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, that would be awesome. Plus, you scratch our backs, we'll scratch yours.
Well, the funny thing about my back is that it's located on my cock. So you do want alcohol? You want some sort of alcohol?
Check it. My brand new fake ID.
Wait, you changed your name to McLovin? Doesn't even have a first name. It just says McLovin. This guy's either going to think here's another kid with a fake ID, or here's McLovin, the 25-year-old Hawaiian organ donor.
I am McLovin.
Holy shit, they busted Fogel. Can I see your ID?
Yeah, I think I have it.
McLovin?
That's a cool name.
Yeah, really cool.
What?
A lot of people have weird names nowadays. I arrested a man-lady who is legally named Fuck.
I think he was Vietnamese, was with a PH.
Tonight is our last party as high school people. You know when you hear girls saying, I was so shit-faced last night. I shouldn't have fucked that guy. We could be that mistake. By the time college rolls around, I'll be like the Iron Chef at Pound and Vaj.
Engage.
Evan, it's Becca.
Oh, Becca. Hi.
Hello?
Can you hear anything?
Evan, can you hear me?
It's
of shit.
What?
Piece of shit fucking phone.
Hello?
Swear I'll bitch slap you so fucking hard.
What?
What's it like to have guns?
It's like having two cocks. If one of your cocks could kill someone.
Break yourself, fool!
Shit! The cops! Bail, bail, bail!
Sorry. Yeah, I love this movie. I think it's really smart. I think it's hilarious.
Just not smart enough.
Yeah, no, just everything above this is better.
Well, we'll see.
Do we have a new Zach today?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. But anyway,
Want my identity back.
I'll probably just leave this one for other people to talk about later.
Well, I mean, why do you like it? Like,
I like it's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't have much to say about it, but I put it on the top 10
because it seemed everybody else would.
No, it's one of those movies that like I probably return to at least once a year ever since because it's really funny and it does have a very mature story to it. I just don't. I don't know. It is a really strong comedy. With a lot of very, very memorable moments. I mean, the first time you saw that movie, it was like the funniest thing you'd ever seen. It was fantastic. Very smart.
Yeah, I love this movie. Of course, it's higher on my list because
it's higher on my list too.
Because my list is always the best one. So
it's higher on my list too.
It's just I love the credits. I love the credits. Because I think they're really fascinating. I think it's instant. Everything in it's really quotable. I mean, it's still a thing where you can say McLovin and everybody knows what you're talking about.
I don't think there's a single performance in that film that doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, it's all great.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And I love Joe LaTrulia in that film.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry I didn't effing see you.
It was also like the introduction to like a lot of like famous actors now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like Jonah. People forget Emma Stone is in this film.
Yep. Oh, I don't forget.
Dave Franco. This is his first film.
Yep.
The bedwetter or the.
I mean, it's just shocking how many people were in this film and then later went on to be like the main cast of like the Seth Rogen films. So
yeah,
it's great.
And you've heard the commentary?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite commentaries of all time. Like at one point midway, like Seth Rogen and I think Evan are just making fun of Mottola and his camera, which was he called it the Genesis 2. Yeah, we'll talk a little more about this wonderful film later.
I'm sure.
Just really strong.
Yep.
So, in the spirit of sweeping people's legs, I think this film is where this film belongs, and it's also I'm cheating a little bit because it's not one film, it's two. My number 9 film is Grindhouse.
It was called The Grindhouse. Theaters that played back-to-back movies featuring uncensored sexuality and hardcore thrills. Now, Tarantino and Rodriguez are bringing The Grindhouse back with 2 explosive feature films. First,
they're stealing biochemical weapons.
When the laws of science are broken, the last hope for humanity rests in the hands of a few. Doc Block, his prescription, pain.
We gotta lose the arm, Joe.
What do you mean lose arm? My arm?
Dakota, one hot mama who knows the score.
If anyone comes to the door, I want you to shoot them.
What if it's Dad?
Hello, baby.
Especially if it's your dad.
El Rey, cross him and it's lights out. And Jerry Darling.
I made you something.
She tastes like trouble. With an attitude to boot. In Robert Rodriguez, Planet Terror.
Then.
Buckle up, because a new kind of terror is coming at 200 miles per hour.
Ladies, we're gonna have some fun. There are a few things as fetching as a bruised ego and a beautiful angel.
Is that cowboy wisdom?
I'm not a cowboy, Pam. I'm a stuntman.
Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof.
This car is 100% death-proof. Only to get the benefit of it, honey, you really need to be sitting in my seat.
adrenaline-fueled roller coasters. One ticket to ride. In 2.5 hours of pure dynamite, Planet Terror and Death Proof. Only at the Grindhouse.
I had a hard time with this choice.
Me too.
I didn't.
Because it gets tons of credit for doing something that's unique. You're getting 4 hours of entertainment
For the price of one ticket.
for the price of one ticket. It was released in the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't understand Planet Terror.
No.
They really didn't understand Death Proof.
Nope.
Which I think's absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Because I think this is Kurt Russell's best performance. Because Stuntman Mike is incredible.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
My favorite bit from this whole film, spoilers from 10 years ago, is after the girls fight back and he pulls up, he's like, I said I was sorry!
Oh, yes.
I think it's awesome. And yeah, everything about this film works. The trailers that everybody else made, it just was one of those lightning in a bottle films that I think doesn't get the credit it deserves. I also think there's better films in it than this year, and I think sometimes the pacing of Planet Terror actually hurt Death Proof.
Mm-hmm.
I actually would have flipped them. I think Death Proof should have gone first to get people more into what was happening.
Yeah.
And then Planet Terror is so balls to the wall crazy that I don't know. That's my personal opinion, but I think the movies are really great.
I'm so glad that you did Grindhouse because I chose the other way and just picked one of the films and put it higher because of it. Because to me, because to me it's like, well, I really only watch one of those movies a second time, but the experience of Grindhouse was so cool and interesting. And I would agree, like most people don't really understand what that thing is, but seeing that in college with my friends and like dedicating whatever it was 4 hours to sitting in the theater and like and having the intermission with the other trailers, which were also brilliant, and of course it births Machete and it was such a cool special thing that deserves recognition. Like it is so unique that it makes itself better, but one of those films is way better when cut out.
I mean, I'm going to talk a lot more about it later, but yeah. I'm not surprised this film failed.
Oh no.
Financially, because when I saw it in the theater, it was dead as dust, and it was opening weekend. And as we went through the entire experience, I realized like this is you've got to be a film like dork to really enjoy what's going on here. Beyond like your nerdy like grabs and reaches, this is like a history of cinema kind of like pull. So I'll explain a little more about that later. But yeah, I love the whole experience.
Mm-hmm.
Both films to me are perfect, like for what they are. You know?
Nope. But that's but James, you should have. That's why I just put Grindhouse. If I separated them, Planet Terror wouldn't even be on it.
Oh,
not that I don't think it's a
spoilers.
bad.
Planet Terror is not on my top 10 list.
I don't think Planet Terror is a bad film.
No.
I don't know how to.
Death Proof is nearly perfect, though.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah. The difference is one of those two films has one of the greatest car chases of all time in it. That's the difference. Like one of them is a brilliant entry and rejuvenation of its genre in the way that an Edgar Wright film might be, and the other one is a playful, silly, like kind of what you would
movie.
imagine those films wanted to be, right? Like Planet Terror is what all of those exploitation films wish they could have actually been, which is kind of cool, but not anywhere near as interesting as Death Proof.
And also I do love Robert Rodriguez as a director. I think he's lots of fun.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not as good as Tarantino.
Desperado's a great movie.
But it's interesting to note though when the reviews came out for this film, because I scoured them all obviously, and like they would review the film separately, and then they would review the experience as its own thing. And I saw at the time I saw a lot more love for Planet Terror than Death
agree.
Proof.
Yes.
Those
people were wrong.
Which I didn't think they were wrong, but at the same time I didn't think they were right either, because Death Proof is an amazing film. Planet Terror, they probably made the call that was best at the time, because in order to get people into that experience, you kind of had to kick them in the groin with what Planet Terror is, because Death Proof is slow. It moves at the pace it needs to move, but it can feel slow.
It's a 1970s
It's a
car
it's
chase
19, yes,
movie.
it's
It
a car
is
chase
correct.
movie. Yeah. I understand that, but like if you're trying to sell this to somebody who isn't a film buff historian, yada yada yada,
I totally
you
understand.
have to give them Machine Gun Leg Rose McGowan.
Yeah.
That's the way you get them to stay.
Yeah.
So
again, I was 10 when this film came out. Did they release it like individually at all, or was it
No,
only
the Blu-rays. When the Blu-rays came out that year, they released them. I think
it was DVD
sort of
at
as
the
a
time.
reaction. Well, yeah, the DVD. Sorry, when the DVDs came out, I think sort of as a reaction to how poorly it did, they released them separately. I think first as extended editions to try and sort of double dip the fans, and then they released Grindhouse later as a single set.
It took a while to get that.
Yeah.
though.
But in theaters, they never released them separately.
No, in theaters they never released them
I
separately.
think foreign.
Death Proof really got the short end of the stick on that one.
I think in foreign they released Death Proof separately.
Because to
I'd have to
double
check,
down on either one of those films would not have, with how little money that thing made. Because it was, but like, why would anyone have expected that thing to do extremely well? Like, other than the fact that he was coming off of Kill Bill, but that movie also wasn't sold as a Quentin Tarantino film, really, right? Because Kill Bill did really well for them, but
not as well as you know.
It did really well for a Quentin
Miramax
Tarantino film with a lot of violence in it. That was weird, you know. But this thing is just so bizarre. Anyway, yeah.
Anyways, yep.
Yeah.
Number 9, Grindhouse. How's that? Cool. Number 8.
My number 8. My placement of this film might be blasphemy and it might be madness, but this is my number 8. It is 300.
We Spartans are descended from Hercules himself, taught never to retreat, never to surrender, taught that death in the battlefield is the greatest glory he could achieve in his life. Spartans, the finest soldiers the world has ever known.
It's quiet now. They came from the blackness.
Be afraid! Sparta will burn to the ground. 1,000 nations of the Persian Empire descend upon you.
What must a king do to save his world?
Instead, ask yourself, what should a free man do?
Threaten my people with slavery and death. This is madness.
Madness.
This is Sparta! We will stand and fight. A new age has begun. An age of freedom. And all who know that 300 Spartans give their last breath to defend it. Spartans! Tonight, we dine in hell! Give them nothing, but take from them everything!
We're in for one wild night.
Didn't make my list.
It's a cool movie.
This film is very special to me because my friend in high school, Sam, and I, we went to movies all the time, even before I started working at the movie theater. And this one, we were pumped for this fucking movie. We went opening night at the Continental 10 before they renovated and made it stadium seating. So the experience from where we were sitting watching the film was immersive. It felt bigger than it really was. And when that DVD came out, we wore the hell out of it.
I think it's a film that is really important for visual style, for storytelling purposes, and I think Zack Snyder's a really fun filmmaker.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're going to see that speed ramp for the next 10 years after this movie comes out. Like, it's actually kind of important.
Yeah, and but I mean, it is still enjoyable. I love watching it. I think it's a great film.
It's really cool.
No, it's a cool film.
I mean, Gerard Butler is great. Like, it's the role he was born to play, other than Olympus Has Fallen guy. But like, yeah, he's great in it, and like David Wenham's good in it. I mean, it's got a really good, solid cast. The visuals are striking.
Oh yeah.
Lena Headey. I mean, I think like it didn't occur to me when we first watched it how dark it actually is. Like within its content. Like, I don't think the whole mountain full of baby skeletons really crossed our heads the first time we saw it, but when we saw it again, we definitely noticed it.
There's baby skeletons in it. I gotta watch this again.
Oh yeah, there's a whole subplot about leaving your children in the woods when they're not strong enough. Like,
or like
it's pretty
like
dark.
if they're deformed, they get thrown over the hill at birth or something like that.
Yeah,
which leads into an important subplot about the guy who betrays them because he wants to be a Spartan, but
it's a really good story.
Leonidas says, "No, you cannot," and I can't do Gerard Butler. But and I think it's
I wish
awesome.
I could do Gerard Butler.
I think it's.
Hey, Geostorm just came out, so.
You know, I think it's fun. I think it's a film, and yes, it's very important. And it was my introduction to Zack Snyder. I had no idea about the Dawn of the Dead remake.
See, when you're old like me, you see Dawn of the Dead at midnight.
Yeah, exactly. But then, and then as this film comes out, then they start talking about Watchmen, and 2 years later, like, Watchmen was like my fucking jam in 2009. Like, that was the film I was the most excited for. And I don't regret any minute of that hype.
No, me too.
So yeah, that's my number 8, 300.
300, good choice.
It's also the introduction to Michael Fassbender to America. So
that's right.
Oh, that's right. Michael
Shit.
Fassbender, man. Yeah, and his abs
and his huge cock.
Well, that came later.
That dick's pretty great. Anyway, my number 8.
Michael Fassbender.
I'm a sucker for British romance, so my number 8 is a British romance film. My number 8 is Atonement.
See? Yes. Why don't you talk to Robbie anymore?
I do. I just move in different circles, that's all.
Beautiful day.
Are you enjoying your book?
No, not really. Fair fielding any day. It's much more passionate.
Can I tell you something? Something really terrible.
Bryony read it.
It was a mistake. It was never meant to be read.
No.
What's a silly thing to do? I don't know.
It's been there for weeks. You do know what I'm talking about, don't you? You knew before I did.
Why are you crying?
Celia! You ought to call the police.
You saw him?
Yes, I saw him. I know it was him.
You know it was him? Or you saw him?
Yes, I saw him. I saw him with my own eyes.
I would believe everything Bryony tells you. I love you. Come back. Come back to me. I'll wait for you. Come back.
I will return. I will find you.
I know what I did was terrible. I don't expect you to forgive me.
Imagine not knowing if you'd ever come back.
I'm very, very sorry for the terrible distress that I've caused.
The thing is, you see, I'm expected back, you see. If all we have rests on a few moments in a library 3.5 years ago, then I'm not sure. I don't know.
Come back to me.
I really wanted to get this on my list, and I just couldn't find a place for it.
I have still never seen it.
It's really
Henry
good.
Explain it. Tone for that, James.
Violet!
Go ahead.
Sorry, Henry, go ahead.
Atonement is a romance film between Keira Knightley and James McAvoy, and I'm pretty sure it's World War II, maybe World War I.
It's World War II.
World War II, yeah. I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember really liking it. But yeah, basically, James McAvoy goes off to war, and she doesn't, because she's a woman. And then it's like, what are we going to do? And that's the film. So
Sorry,
it's really good. You should watch it. I'm not good at explaining it, but it's really good.
Because women.
Well, they weren't allowed to serve. I don't have anything against them.
Abraham Lincoln gets shot. Mary Todd Lincoln doesn't get shot because she's a woman.
Oh, sorry, Henry. Go on.
But yeah, I just really like it. I mean, like I said, I'm a really big fan of romance films in general. I think this is one of the more complicated romance stories to come out. The book is also amazing. If you want a good romance, like classic book, Atonement, the book is really good too.
What's complicated about it? Does she have a tail?
No.
Yeah,
because,
she does.
So Saoirse
Spoiler
Ronan
alert.
is in this movie, though, and Saoirse Ronan,
Saoirse Ronan,
yeah, the Brooklyn girl. She's in it, and her character is what makes this whole thing complicated.
No, I mean it's hard. It's one of those films that I didn't know a lot going into it. I just knew that Keira Knightley was in it and that James McAvoy was in it. And then I watched it, and it's one of those things I think it works better if you don't know a lot going in, because it kind of reveals itself along the way as what it's actually trying to be. And so that's and I really like those kinds of films where it's like it really, by the time the film finishes, it's not what it started as. And that's why I like it a lot. So,
and
yeah, Atonement.
Anthony Minghella, director of I think The English Patient.
Yeah,
is
English Patient sucks, but this one's good.
Yeah, no, Anthony Minghella has a role in the film, but it's best not to know where. But it was directed by Joe Wright, who did Hannah, and he's now
Anna
doing
Karenina, Pride and Prejudice, Pan, The Soloist.
Yeah, so
Soloist is great.
Hannah's good.
Yep, Chemical Brothers, man.
I was just gonna say. Cool.
But yeah, good for getting this on this list because I didn't think this was gonna make it.
Yeah, but yeah, Atonement. Check it out if you like British romance.
I do. Do they drink tea? I'm Ryan. Me.
And biscuits, which is commonly known as cookies in America. James, you fucking asshole. Brad?
My number 8 is a sequel to a film on my 1997 Filmsplosion list. My number 8 is Mr. Bean's Holiday.
In his first film, he took America by surprise.
Oh, jeez! Oh, God! Oh, God!
But in his new film,
the winner of this magnificent holiday is 919.
Yes!
France will finally get what they deserve. Mr. Bean is ready for his dream vacation, but he's having a little trouble getting there.
Stop!
Now, to reach the beach, he'll have to find his way. Forge new friendships. Impress the locals.
I'm bombastic, really fantastic. Got me on the boxes is a Mr. Rose.
And take France in.
Le taux de fruits de mer.
One bite at a time. From Universal Pictures. This summer. There's no telling where he's going. But everyone knows where he's been. Rowan Atkinson. Mr. Bean's Holiday.
Un café?
Oui.
Du sucre?
Non.
You speak very good French.
Gracias.
I know I saw this on here. I'll tell you a funny story. I'll save my review for a couple weeks, but after you're like, I really like Mr. Bean, it's on Amazon Prime, I downloaded every single episode and I've watched them. Almost all of them.
But not the movies?
No, it's like the TV
but the
show.
Okay.
So I've downloaded
I gotta wait till
them.
next week to... Okay.
Yeah. So you'll see if I liked it or not.
Cool. Well, if you liked it, then you'll love Mr. Bean's Holiday because it's the proper movie for that adaptation for that series because he decides he needs to take a vacation and he does this little globe-trotting comedy trek across Europe, and it's delightful. I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't remember the exact gags.
So what's the appeal of Mr. Bean to you?
Just this awkward guy who, he's not out of place. He's just kind of ambivalent to the world around him. Very eccentric, I guess.
What I do like about Rowan Atkinson is he's like Jim Carrey, but not obnoxious. Like, he can do the facial stuff. He can be really animated, but he's not...
I don't know what you got shit on Jim Carrey for, but okay. So.
I thought he was doing a Jim Carrey impression or a Rowan Atkinson impression. I couldn't tell.
But you know what I mean? Like, Jim Carrey is very bombastic.
Oh, yeah.
Where it seems really effortless for Rowan Atkinson.
He seems more sophisticated in his approach to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unlike...
British.
Unlike the 97 film, it feels more close to its show roots. And it has, like, more of a heart to it where he kind of picks up friends along his journey, which is nice. At one point, like, there's a kid sidekick and then, like, a woman. But it's never, like, a romantic relationship thing. It's just, like, he just finds friends in his journey. Yeah. So it's awesome.
Nice.
Check it out.
Cool.
I like Rowan Atkinson because he makes funny faces. That's about it.
He's more than that. Don't reduce him.
James?
Oh, my number 8 is I would say one of the most under-discussed Pixar films. It's Ratatouille.
Paris, France. Home of the finest restaurants and the greatest chefs in the world. All my life, I've wanted to be one of them. You may think that's a strange dream for a rat, but I've always believed that with hard work and a little luck, it's only a matter of time before I'm discovered.
Run! Get some happy. Do you know what would happen if anyone knew we had a rat in our kitchen? Go! Take it away from here, garbage boy!
Don't look at me like that! You're the one who was getting fancy with the spices! I need this job. I've lost so many. I don't know how to cook, and now I'm actually talking to a rat as if you... Did you not? You understand me? I can't cook, but you can, right? Look, don't be so modest. You're a rat, for Pete's sake. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? We just need to work out a system so that I do what you want.
Stop that!
Stop what?
Freaking me out!
I want to make things, Dad.
Stay away from the humans. It's dangerous. Now shut up and eat your garbage.
How did you do that?
Just once in a lifetime.
Let's do this thing!
Man knows a moment.
You gotta taste this! You detect that? An oaky nuttiness?
Oh, I'm detecting nuttiness.
We hate to be rude, but we're French.
I have a secret. I have a rat.
You have a rat?
He's toying with my mind, taunting me with that rat. As though I had wings. The rat! It's getting away!
Together, we can be the greatest chef in Paris.
Ratatouille? You're in Paris now, baby. My town. Hey.
I remember, like, really kind of being surprised by this. Like,
me too.
I think the advertising made it look like maybe the most straightforward, just like, hey, Pixar doing a talking animal movie. I mean, he's not even really talking. He talks to us, but he doesn't talk to the French people. Anyway.
Because they're snobs.
Right. Well, because he doesn't speak English because he's a rat. But anyway, and then going into it, thinking okay, well, this will be good. One of the most visually beautiful, especially at the time, animated films I'd ever seen. And then I think the story that they end up telling is really incredibly touching, and both for Remy and his sort of trying to find himself and fit in this world that he doesn't fit in, or I should say find a world that he fits in, and then also that amazing moment when the food reviewer comes and spoilers and reviews Remy's food. It's such a brilliant, artfully done little piece of storytelling that is it the first. This was before Up came out, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the first time I think. Yeah, it was before Up and before Pixar or Toy Story 3.
Yep.
Right. So this is the first time that that Pixar made me cry, because that moment is so beautiful.
Toy Story 2 didn't make you cry?
No, Toy Story 2 didn't make me cry. I think I was too young.
Didn't?
No.
Oh wow.
Finding Nemo never made me cry. Yeah.
Monsters Incorporated?
No.
Bugs Life?
Yeah, because I didn't cry at Pixar movies until I started getting older and was understood what emotions meant.
Well, that scene too is so brilliantly done.
Yeah,
and it's just it's just like Pinocchio. I've seen the movie many times. I know how it's going to end. I know the beats of it, but it still gets me every time.
Yeah,
because you're so invested in Remy's journey, and for someone that cold-hearted to have an excuse, I guess, for what happened to him, and then realize that it's the simple things in life.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful metaphor.
It's Peter O'Toole.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's Peter O'Toole's last film too, or one of his last
It
films.
is.
So it's like a great way for the monologue. So
Yeah. It's also it's a really beautiful moment, partially just because here's this thing that is very simple, right? You're this food, and especially in this case, ratatouille being like a peasant dish. Drawing so much emotion out of this simple thing, rather than it's not a huge moment. It's not a big, it's not like somebody doing something nice for him, right? It's as simple as having something that reminds you of better times and how impactful that can be. It's just a beautiful piece of storytelling and a really special animated film that is wonderful for kids and is why Pixar sets itself apart so often. So yeah, I think it's beautiful. I think it's a movie that doesn't get talked about enough, and I think it's great. So it's my number 8.
My number 8 is our first repeat. My number 8 is The King of Kong.
Oh, cool!
Because what I love about this film is the Billy Mitchell character is such a caricature that I can't there's a part in it where he comes into the championships and he never plays anything. He just looks down on everybody and everyone's going, "Oh, it's Billy Mitchell," like he's something special, and he really isn't. He's just some dude who makes hot sauce who had a video game record 25 years prior, and it's just a fun story about the corruption in high scoring in video games and you never thought would exist, and it's just a very interesting documentary. And Billy,
cool.
and Billy Mitchell is
what a piece of
interesting.
He's interesting because he's a villain without is he
without doing anything terrible.
Yeah, he's just an ass.
He's kind of pitiful in a weird way.
He totally is. Yeah, he is. He's that high school jock character, right? He thinks he's really cool, and you both feel sorry for him, and you think he's a shithead.
Yeah,
because
he never does anything really terrible.
No,
he just has this arrogance about him. And the way he's presented in the film, and I mean, if you watch some of the interviews, he's always been like that, where he just thinks he's better than everybody, and maybe some of his records aren't legit, and it's the Twin Galaxies guys.
The one where he mailed in a tape, and there's a lot of bad sections on this VHS tape. And you're like, come on.
That he's able to strong arm this poor referee from Twin Galaxies, and it's just a weird behind the scenes look at something you didn't know existed, even though you love video games.
Yeah,
oh, weird.
Yeah, really cool.
But yeah, King of Kongs.
Cool, good pick.
Zach,
my number 7 is a repeat. It's the Darjeeling Limited.
Cool.
Henry actually probably hit it on the nose about why this is my favorite Wes Anderson movie until The Grand Budapest Hotel comes out. This Darjeeling to me is yes, it is the most mature Wes Anderson movie at this time, and the visual acumen of it, like I had never really watched a movie filmed in India before, and like so like it was kind of like going to a different place that I hadn't seen before. I love the characters in it. I think they're funny and they have real depth to them. I love Owen Wilson in this movie. I think this is one of his finest hours. What the film ultimately ends up being about to me is like the most like hit you over the head with some emotion that I've seen out of Wes Anderson, honestly, until, like I say, Grand Budapest Hotel for me. But again, this is just where I'm coming from on it, and that soundtrack was like what was like the shit. Like I just like the collection of like the Kinks and all this stuff from Indian cinema, whether it be the Apu trilogy or anything like that. You know, it's like it's there presented like in full force. So I love it, and I understand why not everyone loves it within the Wes Anderson oeuvre, but I think it's a very special film. So yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Wes Anderson.
Good pick.
Henry?
So awkward thing here. My number 7, y'all have been shitting on for the past couple minutes. My number 7's Planet Terror.
That's funny.
So yeah, like I said, I didn't see this film in theaters, and this is a film that like I always saw the trailer for when I was young, like specifically Planet Terror, and I was like, ooh, sexy lady with gun leg, neat. And then eventually my parents got on DVD, and it was that one DVD that like when you're a kid or VHS or whatever, that you're like you sneakily watch it like when your parents aren't looking. I don't know if that's a thing for other people, but for me it was, and so I would like. At night, I would sneakily steal this DVD and watch it, and I've seen this film maybe like 80 times. So I usually like it. It's like, I mean, I find it hilarious, which might explain my kind of humor, or my type of humor of the absurd and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Planet Terror. I just find it amazing for more nostalgic reasons than not. So, but yeah, Planet Terror is my number 7.
It's good. It is good.
Yep.
Despite you shitting on it, it's good.
just hold on.
Brad, number 7.
My number 7 is 310 to Yuma.
Ooh.
It's probably cheaper just to let me rob the damn thing.
See which way you rode, Evans?
Like they were headed to Bisbee.
Hands up.
22 robberies, over $400,000 in losses.
Y'all notice he didn't mention any of the lives I've taken.
We will have Ben Wade convicted and hanged, and we will pay to make it happen.
I'll come.
So, boys, where are we headed?
Taking to the 310 to Yuma day after tomorrow.
Shouldn't have told him that.
Relax, friend. Now, if we get separated, I know what I made up.
It's a killer, Daniel.
Then someone ought to have the decency to bring him to justice. I want to come with you. Well, you can't.
What are you doing out here, Dan? You got a family to protect.
Don't talk to me like you know me, Wade. We ain't friends. I told you to stay home. I left home.
You turn around right now. Your boy ain't protecting you. He's following me.
You say one more word, I'll cut you down right here.
I like this side of you, Dan.
You're so sure that your crew's coming to get you?
They're lost without him, like a pack of dogs without a master.
Where'd they take him?
I don't know.
Get me out of here!
Sure as God's vengeance, they're coming.
Coming this way, I've seen him.
There's gonna be 30, 40 more guns out there now.
Monster, you in there?
Sorry, mister, but I'm not gonna die here today.
It's just you left, Dan. Just you and your boy.
This town's gonna burn!
Call him off.
Why should I?
Because you're not all bad.
Yes, I am.
You just remember, literal man walked Ben Wade to that station when nobody else would.
Which is a remake of 3:10 to Yuma.
That shouldn't have any right to be as good as it is.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good update. Christian Bale, Russell Crowe,
Ben Foster.
Ben Foster being a fucking asshole.
Ben Foster's so good.
Even more of a villain than Russell Crowe. Yeah, just a great update of that movie. I've never seen the original, so I can't compare it really. But I know as for a Western, like Westerns weren't really popular in the mid 2000s.
No.
I think this really kicked off a renaissance. I mean, they haven't really come back as strong as they were, in the 50s and 60s, but
they have a bigger audience.
Yeah, or even like Unforgiven when that came out, that kind of energized it. But not a 3:10 to Yuma got some back into the cinemas. But it's just a great story, great filmmaking from the future director of Logan. So maybe we'll see that in a Filmsplosion this year.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I adore this film. I'm really glad you got it in your list because I was trying to find a space for it.
Oh, you can get on there. Wow.
No, I didn't. I love it. It's such a cool action film. And both those leads are so great. But yeah, part of it was this was also at a time when I was like absolutely in love with Ben Foster because this year also had 30 Days a Night, and he has a tiny little role in 30 Days a Night. And I was like, man, here's this guy that I remember from Fast Forward with Jewel State on the Disney Channel, that all of a sudden he has popped up, and I'm like, oh man, this guy's so good, and no one appreciates how damn good he is. Was this when did X3 come out?
The year before.
Okay, yeah. So I probably was like, oh man, his poor career is just going to go into a shitter because no one's paying attention to how good he is, and the one big role he's had was awful. Yeah, I love that movie. Good choice.
James?
Henry's number 7 makes my number 7 worse because my number 7 is Death Proof. I don't even know whether or not we have a trailer for that. Like, I don't know if there are separate trailers.
There are separate ones for it.
Are there? Okay, good. Or not. Whatever Brett does.
I'm not going to play it again.
Okay, cool. Well, that's 3 genuinely different trailers. There's a Grindhouse trailer, there's a Planet Terror trailer, and there's a Death Proof trailer.
He's already editing 2 files together. Let's not give him more work than he needs to.
Yeah,
so.
fuck yourself.
Very true. I adore Death Proof. I think it is. I mean, it's still the best car chase I have seen in a very long time. When I measure things like this year when Baby Driver came out, in my head I was going, yeah, this is the best car chase I've seen since Death Proof. Part of it is, getting Zoe Bell to act and be your main character so that way your stunt person is that character, or not main character, but one of your characters. So that way, like, when you have these amazing stunts where she is on the hood of this car and you are going in and out of, like, mids and close-ups, and she's literally on this car, you're like, this is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. And her performance is great. Like, when she's scared, when she's pissed, like, she's always just on point. It's amazing. And then that's to say nothing of Kurt Russell. One of my favorite moments in a film this year is when Rose McGowan has gotten in the car with him and he just looks at the camera and smiles for a second and just breaks that fourth wall, and it's so enjoyable and fun and knowing. It's just great. Mm-hmm. And that whole first section of meeting those girls and all of that, and then he slaughters them terribly, is actually really fun. And sure, it's a slow burn, but the tension you get in the second half because of what he puts you through in the first half is well worth it. Because you really like those girls, and then they all are horribly killed. So you really, since nothing bad has happened to your heroes in the second half, like, you're really rooting for them because you want someone to hurt Kurt Russell. I think it's just really effective in a well-made film, and yeah, that last moment, especially when, like, they're racing and he thinks he's gotten away, and they're actually on that other road, and they come down, and that his Nova flips over is so cool. Like, just one of the best car chases I have ever seen. Which is why I say that about it being very similar to an Edgar Wright film, where it's him, paying homage to a lot of films in that genre while also being an entry into it. So, really great. I love it. And Planet Terror is great, but if I had put Grindhouse on this list, it would have been my number 9 instead. So, anyway, cool. That's my 7.
My number 7 is a sequel.
Ooh.
And I think it has some of the most intense first 20 minutes ever in film. My number 7 is 28 Weeks Later.
Welcome to London.
We're heading into District 1. Although District 1 is completely safe, outside the security zone, London remains a wasteland. There are a large number of bodies still left to be cleared from the original outbreak of infection.
You're nearly home. How old are you, Andy? 12.
I think that makes you the youngest person in the entire country.
Welcome back.
And we wish you luck in your new lives.
I missed you so much.
This is what it's all about, gentlemen. Family starting again. Did you like it?
It's amazing. Are you going to tell us what happened to Mum?
The last infected human died 6 months ago.
We weren't here 6 months ago.
Have you come into direct contact with the infected?
Execute Code Red.
It's probably nothing.
We've lost control. Kill everyone.
Be my shadow, that's it.
I think the opening to this film is incredible.
Yeah.
Because Robert Carlyle is the main character, in quotes, and he's an asshole.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, in 28 Days Later, which I actually think 28 Weeks Later is better, but 28 Days Later, there's a virus that is transmitted through monkeys that makes people mad.
It's a rage virus.
It's a rage virus, and
that turns them into zombies.
I was gonna say the same
You want
thing.
to see the rage virus?
Yeah. So this movie takes place, I don't know how, I guess 28 weeks later after the first movie, I guess.
It's 28 weeks after the
first
release.
breakout.
Yeah, because the 28 days later is 28 days after the first breakout.
That's right.
So this comes 28 weeks after.
I love the math of this franchise.
Yeah. So the whole island of England is quarantined because we found out in the first one that there's still the rest of the world's living.
Right.
And they realize if they contain this virus on this island, then we're okay. So the film opens with Robert Carlyle and his wife, and they're attacked by the rage virus things, and he lets her die in the room, and it's really scary. I don't know if he lets her die.
He's pretty much a coward, right? He doesn't do anything to help her.
Yeah, he
because he's
jumps
too
out
afraid.
the window and just runs away.
Yeah.
And so some time passes, and they reopen the island to people coming back, and his kids come back.
Because I think to say he's an asshole, I feel like I
it's
remember
tough.
feeling bad for him while at the same time being like, dude, you're kind of a shitbird.
Yeah, but he's also
which is why I
propels
think
the
it's good.
story because so his kids come back and they break out of the quarantine and they go back to their old house and they find their mom alive, and it turns out she has an immunity to this virus. And when Robert Carlyle's character sees her again, he kisses her and it infects him. And then he gouges out her eyes, and then the whole movie is him chasing his family throughout the streets. Jeremy Renner's in it, and it's really intense, and it's super violent. It keeps going and going and going. Never really, it's unrelenting. It's really well done. I love this movie.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have any weird, trippy Danny Boyle shit in it.
It is really good. I love that. That movie is like way better. As somebody who really loved 28 Days Later, that's a sequel that's way better than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's where 28 Days Later is. I mean, it's a good movie. It's 28 Days Later more focuses on one character and his plight. This one is more of the whole island and dealing with the military side of it and how do you keep people safe, and you'll never contain this virus is basically what happens, because the ending shot is it gets to Paris. So.
Yeah, I'd say it's a better horror film.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
Zach, number 6.
My number 6 is a repeat. It's Superbad.
I wasn't off that much. That was like 3 positions. Come on.
I love the shit out of this film. My friend Sam and I, again, like amongst the many things we saw this year, this was one of them. Opening day, right after I had just wrapped my first ever film set job as an intern for a feature film, which I was doing on my summer break while still working at the movie theater. And we get to the theater, we're watching the movie, we're having a great time, and then halfway through, the film breaks and the projector stops, and we saw like a quarter of the audience get out and leave and not come back.
Oh wow!
And my friend Sam and I we're just like, we're waiting patiently. Like we did not care if we missed 1 minute or whatever. We just wanted to see how this ended, because it was that it was. I think it's one of like, if you were in high school when that film came out, I think it hits you the hardest in a weird way, because it's like it's so close to where you're at in your life at that moment. Now, granted, like, take a year or two off, but like, I mean, like, you had different people that you could relate to. I related to McLovin, like the dorky ass shit. Like, I couldn't relate to his fun adventures with the cops, but like his attitude and like it's just like the way he maneuvers around. I can relate to Seth. I can relate to Evan. I think this is my favorite Bill Hader film. Which is a weird thing to say, because like he's always kind of in the background of stuff. And one of my favorite Seth Rogen movies. And I think that when I called my friend last night to talk to him, because he's getting married now, which is just bizarre, I asked him, like, do you remember I was going to Superbad and the film breaking? And he was like, you can quote me on this. That was the most fun I ever had in the theater, because we were like, it was the most excited we had been that year. Was just to get the film to continue going. Like, we were that like on pins and needles. So like, and he said that was the most fun I had ever had at the theater at that point. So it's a wonderful film. I think and by the time you get to the end, it comes oddly heartbreaking and like emotional in a way that you're not really expecting from a film that has like literally like broken every rule we're supposed to have. And of all the Apatow films, like, I like Knocked Up. And I actually appreciate Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story, but like, I think Superbad was the best Apatow production this year for my money. So yeah, Superbad.
Henry?
I'm not going to talk about mine for very long, because you aren't going to be interested. Mine is the only film in history to ever be a foreign film to win Best Actress. My number 6 film is La Vienne and Rose.
Marchons, marchons, abreuve nos sillons.
Bravo, merci.
She came from the streets of Paris.
Allez, venez, milord, vous asseoir à ma table.
De la rue aux Gernises, voici la môme Piaf.
And survived using the only gift she had.
Je vais t'écouter tous les soirs chez Lepé, tu as beaucoup à apprendre.
Oh, t'es bien le premier qui me dit ça.
Articule. Reprends.
Ça n'existe pas, chante comme je parle.
Soit tu fais ce que je te dis, soit tu retournes d'où tu viens. Mais j'ai une salle qui attend, moi. Edith, t'as travaillé pour ça, tu m'as écouté, tu m'as plu. Redresse-toi.
Picture House proudly presents
Hold me close and hold me fast.
a true story
The magic spell you cast.
of the voice of a nation
Vous m'avez fait pleurer. Votre voix est comme l'âme de Paris.
whose talent would captivate the world.
passe?
Il faut que tu sois courageuse, Edith.
Vous devriez annuler ce concert, Madame Piaf. Faut jouer avec votre vie.
Et alors? Il faut bien jouer avec quelque chose.
C'est payé, balayé, oublié.
Je veux que tu sois à moi pour la vie.
Mesdames et messieurs, Edith Piaf!
La Vie en Rose stars Marion Cotillard as a opera singer from France who then migrates to the States, and it's about like on this singer's life, and she gives the best performance of her career thus far, and it really is a heartbreaking performance just to watch, just kind of her life play out, and it's one of those films where it's like, it says a lot that she's a foreign actress to win Best Actress at the Academy Awards when that's never happened before. But yeah, y'all are never going to see it, so I'm not going to talk about it very long.
I have seen it, so the joke's on you.
Well, Zach, you're the only one who's going to see it. I know Ryan's never going to watch this. So.
Fuck no. Fuck the French.
So
if it goes on Netflix, I'll watch it.
Yeah, if you can stream it for free. I mean, give Brad some credit.
I watched her in that 2 days, 1 night thingy. She was good.
She's good in that, too. She's nominated for that, too. It shows how good of an actress she is that she can be nominated for foreign films. So
actually, Love Me If You Dare, I own. And she's great at that too, and that's a French one.
Wow, look at Brad being pretentious. Oh, okay, we didn't need to do that, but
yeah, fuck you, gay.
I own 4 Transformers movies.
Yeah,
those have French in them at some point. I bet
the singer she portrays is Edith Piaf, and I find it funny that 3 years later in Inception, Marion Cotillard's in the film, and the song they use for the kick is an Edith Piaf song. So
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My Amazon Echo is listening to us.
Is it going to play La Vie en Rose?
That'd be awesome.
But yeah, La Vie en Rose, Marion Cotillard's one of my favorite actresses of all time, and so I have a special connection with this film. So yeah, that's my number 6.
Cool.
Brad?
Oh yeah, I'm next. My number 6 is Aqua Teen Hunger Force: movie film for theaters.
Yes! Well done.
An ancient wizard. A child with a secret. A woman with a past.
How y'all doing?
A galaxy torn asunder. A cop on the edge.
Where are my freaking pants?
A hidden tomb. A mythical kingdom. An ancient, mythical, secret kingdom tomb. Guy that runs the tomb. And a flaming chicken. In 2007, none of these things appear in Aqua Teen Hunger Force: movie film for theaters. Except the chicken.
We're here to throw down!
Knock, knock.
Welcome home, baby.
From the first assistant director of the second unit of Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth, and the production assistant of the video, Know Your Friar, comes the adventure of a lifetime. An animated epic featuring 3 all-new backgrounds and 5 characters.
Did you see that chicken guy running around?
And this chicken.
That guy was weird.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force: movie film for theaters.
I don't remember any of this.
I have no good intros for any of these.
Bruce Campbell as a chicken nugget.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie's stupid.
It's fucking amazing.
But amazing at the same time. had a very short life in theaters.
Oh yeah. But it did make like $2 million.
Long enough for me to see it.
Yeah, I think we went opening weekend or something. Yeah. But it's crazy and
so good.
A great addition to this series. And it's not like it's usually movies like this, when the studio's like, hey, we're going to make a movie version, they'll like do 3D animation or like live action or something. No, it's just like a really long extended episode.
It almost feels at times like you could cut it into a couple of episodes.
Yeah.
Because it so meanders and the plot keeps changing. It's really good.
Well, I'll let me and Brad have known each other for so long, and this year at Denver Comic Con, the guy who plays Master Shake came.
Dana Snyder.
And our podcast had a panel after his, and so me and Brad were sitting in the back. And what's funny about him is he kind of sounds like Master Shake when he talks, but when he gets really excited, he sounds just like him. And me and Brad kept on looking at each other when he sounded like Master Shake and just laughing. I don't know. It's just like our little inside joke, and it was really funny. It's like,
You just talk about Disney rides, and all of a sudden he'll get really high pitched. And then hey, it's Master Shake.
It's Master Shake talking about It's a Small World. And it's great.
I have one of my favorite moments from this year, from this film, is it's Dr. Weird, and he's like, my father built this castle. He said that Weirds would live here for 1,000 years, and now it's being turned into fucking lofts. And like, I think his assistants go, these units look pretty cool, and he goes, look at this unit.
And weirdly, like the title, for years I'd always thought like throwing colon in it was just like this weird way of being gross about the title, but only recently did I figure out, like, oh, that's just like the two dots written out as a word. So it would be hyphenated.
And the beginning of that film with the talking candy bars and whatnot, and then suddenly moving to that, like, these metal.
You don't like it? Fuck you.
Oh, yeah, that. I wish they played that as like the intro to more Alamo movies.
Oh yeah, they've done it
to get people to shut up. Yeah, but they should do it all the time.
They should. Took all your fucking money
at the drive-in before they switched over their commercials and things. They used to have like the jolly, the clean version.
Let's all go.
And I would just sit there like thinking like, no, they really need the metal version for this. I should cut that into more of our episodes too.
You should, yeah.
I think it's 9 Pound is the band that does Carl's theme.
9 Pound Hammer.
Yeah, it's like, and like the opening of that song, like, the pants that I wear wick the sweat from my balls. I'm a South Jersey mook.
I think you only find it on DVD, which is sad.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Warner Archive can do something with it.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'll buy it in 4K.
Hell yeah.
That,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Shout Factory, where are you?
Yep. Shout Select.
Oh man, that'd be great.
You got to shout to them.
Oh.
Nope.
They should release a 10th anniversary version.
Yeah.
Dropping the ball.
Yeah, there's no money.
James?
Cool. My number 6 is another very underrated little film that is maybe my favorite Adam Sandler performance. My number 6 is Reign Over Me.
Oh, hey, Charlie! Charlie!
I ran into Charlie Fireman today.
Really? How is he?
Hey, Charlie, it's Alan, man. We know each other? Are you kidding me?
Who's Charlie Fireman, Daddy?
He was my college roommate. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
We were college roommates? Yeah, you slept naked most nights. And you were a sleepwalker. It was the worst 2 years of my life.
He lost his whole family in a plane crash. He's lost now.
Charlie Fireman for Dr. Johnson.
You don't have an appointment, sir?
Oh, we're friends. We were college roommates.
And?
I used to sleep in the nude.
I don't play guitar, Charlie.
Johnson, you're barely a dentist. You pull people's teeth all day. It don't matter.
You stay out all night? That's not okay.
I was stuck in Charlie world. I couldn't leave.
Come on now, stab his wing.
Guys have guy hobbies, right? They play poker, they golf.
What's going on, Charlie?
Let's hang out.
Right now?
Yeah, wake up. Come on. Can he go out? Is he allowed out?
Don't do that. Don't ask my wife permission for me to go out.
All right, you're right. Can you go out?
Charlie, Foster!
A lot of girls here, Charlie.
What?
You're single now after what happened with your family and everything.
Oh, whoa, hey, I don't have a family, Johnson.
No, I know you don't.
Who sent you here?
He likes you, Ellen.
You know why? Because you know nothing about his family. So he figures you won't ask any questions.
I have these things that I don't like to think about. I can't do this. I gotta put these back home.
Only love can make it rain.
I don't know how I got to the place where I'm not letting you in. I don't want to be that guy, baby.
Alan, just come home. I love you.
It's easy to see that this man is going through something very profound.
Are you gonna be all right, Charlie? And you're gonna make it, right?
You're a good husband, Alan. You remind me of me.
Only love can bring the rain.
Yep. Yeah, so in my opinion, this is probably the best 9/11 film that has been made, because this is really about like the aftermath of it. It transcends being about the disaster and becomes a movie just about loss.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Sandler is
Heartbreaking.
Oscar-worthy. You know, like he's just unbelievably good in this film. The relationship between him and Don Cheadle is fantastic. It's a heartbreaking and beautiful movie, and that scene where he confronts his in-laws at the courthouse is amazing.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It's so moving,
and it's so subtle too. And when he finally drops, because they never really say what his tragedy is, until he's sitting in that room and he's talking about his daughter and how he's crying, and it's just it's devastating. And he's so good. I'll talk about it next week on the show, but I watched the Meyerowitz stories, and you should, if you like Adam Sandler like that, definitely stream that movie.
Yeah, when I saw that come up, I had to pin it to my list because it's great.
But yeah, this movie I did put it on my list, just not because it's not a great movie. It's just it's hard for me to watch a lot.
Oh yeah,
because it's so heartbreaking, and I think it gives an accurate representation of someone who is dealing with that loss. As you kind of just give up caring about yourself and doing what you want, and having all the money doesn't solve your problems.
Yeah, I think I deliberately made sure I had it on the list just because it's one that I think a lot of people missed and will continue to miss, and it's a terrible shame. He's so good in the movie, and it stands on its own, even without how great Adam Sandler is, and what a sort of not attraction, but anyway, the fact that like you don't just need to see it because like, oh man, you get to see Adam Sandler be not goofy. Like, no, it's a genuinely wonderful film that people need to see, and too many people haven't. So, yeah. Anyway, that's my number 6.
It was a hard theater watch.
Oh yeah,
we went to the Regency Theater that used to be in that little mall off of Hamden, and like the theater was practically empty. And but yeah, it's a great film.
Yep. Oh shoot! Intermission.
Sorry, you could edit out that weird part where I was gone and then came back. So we're on my number 6, right?
Yes.
My number 6 is a little way more lighthearted. Is also a movie that shocked me how much I really enjoyed it, and I still enjoy it to this day. I watch it, I don't know, once a year or so. My number 6 is Juno.
What's the prognosis, Fertile Myrtle? Minus or plus?
There it is. Little pink plus sign is so unholy.
That ain't no Etch-a-Sketch. This is one doodle that can't be undid, Holmes Gillett.
Just tell him. I'm pregnant.
Who was the father?
It's Polly Bleecker.
Polly Bleecker? I didn't think he had it in him.
I know, right?
Did you see that coming?
Yeah, but I was hoping she was expelled or into hard drugs.
Or a DWI? Anything but this.
I could, have this baby and give it to someone that, totally needs it. You should look at the Penny Saver. They have ads for parents. Yeah, desperately seeking spawn. Hi, I'm Vanessa.
Hi, I'm the husband.
This, of course, is Juno.
Like the city in Alaska.
No.
You're a part-time lover and a full-time friend.
When this is all over, we could always get back together.
Were we together?
Yeah, we were once, At time.
You think you're really gonna do this thing? If I could just have the thing and give it to you now, I totally would, but I'm guessing it looks probably like a sea monkey right now. We should let it get a little cuter, right? Great.
Keep it in the oven.
Fox Searchlight Pictures presents a comedy about life.
Well, I thought you were the kind of girl who knew when to say when.
I don't really know what kind of girl I am.
And the bumps along the way.
Your little girlfriend gave me the stink eye in art class yesterday.
Katrina's not my girlfriend, all right? And I doubt that she gave you the stink eye. That's just the way her face looks, That's just her face.
I don't know if I'm even ready to be a father.
Hey, big puffy version of Junebug. Where you been?
Just out dealing with things way beyond my maturity level. I need to know that it's possible that two people can stay happy together forever.
The best thing you can do is find a person who loves you for exactly what you are.
Juno.
Your parents are probably wondering where you are. Nah. I mean, I'm already pregnant, so what other kind of shenanigans can I get into?
I love this film, one, because I've always been a Jason Bateman fan as he's gotten older.
Mhm.
And in this film, he's kind of a jerk.
Mhm.
And
He's a creep.
But he doesn't come off as one right away.
No, he's immature. To just call him a jerk, I think is But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But his actions suggest that he's
Yes.
not a nice guy.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
But the movie tells a story about Juno who gets pregnant in high school and how she has to go deal with it. And J.K. Simmons as her dad is amazing.
Yeah.
Michael Cera is great in this as well.
Allison Jennings.
Allison Janney.
Allison Janney, yeah.
This movie where Diablo Cody kind of fell off because she's weird. But this movie had a great voice. And I think Ellen Page narrating and telling the story is the right person because you believe her. I really enjoy this film, and I think it's really well done. Jennifer Garner's great in it too. She only has a few scenes, but she's hard. It's tough because
her last scene with Jason Bateman is awesome.
Let's not forget just how amazing Jason. I don't think you mentioned Jason Bateman in your list of people that are in this film, but he's easily my favorite part of this film.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I did. That's the first thing I said. Way to listen to Henry.
I just missed it then. Sorry.
Hey, he's on the other side of the country. Yeah.
I love this film, but it is my least favorite Jason Reitman film.
Oh, you were so wrong.
But I love that that Diablo Cody worked with Reitman this time, because then a couple years later we get my favorite Reitman film from my favorite script by Diablo Cody.
You're insane.
No, Young Adult's a great movie. You should watch
insane. It is a great movie. It is so not his best film.
We all have our opinions, just like we all have assholes.
Yeah, no, I think that Juno MacGuff is so relatable. And lovable. It is a wonderful story, and you really it takes on an issue in a pretty
realistic way.
Yeah. it takes an adept hand to handle this thing so well and like not choose sides, give you a story that you understand, and really make it about people and not about politics in a way that allows this movie to breathe in a way that it otherwise might not be able to. That alone makes it amazing. But this is also the first place where I see Jason Reitman's sort of, he's talked, and I've said this a lot. He's talked about the fact that he makes movies that ask questions that he doesn't know the answer to, and then he tries to find the answer through the movie. And this is the first time where I feel that. It's amazing. I fell in love with Reitman here and have loved pretty much everything he's done since. So it's great. I love Juno. It's only
this was his second film, right?
It's this is right after Thank You for Smoking.
Yeah,
which is another amazing film.
It is. He doesn't have a bad one.
He's one of those directors. I think like Wes Anderson, all of his films are watchable at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you know that this movie is not on my list? See what I did there?
Yeah, I did.
That's
it was
awesome.
Good. It was really good.
Number 5, Zach.
My number 5. You want anything from the shop? Do you guys want anything from the shop?
Fuck you.
I do. This is also my number 5.
My number 5 is Hot Fuzz.
Sergeant Nicholas Angel, expert in hand-to-hand combat, armed response, and high-speed pursuit. He was so good, they reassigned him.
Right. You've been making us all look bad. There's one thing you haven't taken into account, and that's what the team is going to make of this.
Statistically, Sanford is the safest village in the country.
Now, this big city cop.
You ever fired 2 guns whilst jumping through the air? No. You ever fired 1 gun whilst jumping through the air? No.
Must learn
Is it true that there is a place in a man's head that if you shoot it, it will blow up?
how to think small.
Morning, the swans escaped.
The swans escaped.
Can you describe it to me?
About 2 foot tall.
Yep.
Long, slender neck.
That's just going to scare it.
But in a place where not much goes on.
What's this?
Ta-da!
A whole lot is about to go down.
3 people have died in a week.
Accidents happen all the time. What makes you think it was murder?
There hasn't been a murder in 20 years. You're saying this wasn't an accident? Not everyone's a murdering psychopath. It's high time you realize that. You and your monkey. Did he mean me or that? Have you ever wondered why the crime rate is so low, and yet the accident rate is so high?
I'm going to bust this thing wide open.
From the guys who watched every action movie ever made and created Shaun of the Dead.
You never taken a shortcut before?
When the heat is on,
Here come the fuzz.
you gotta call the Fuzz.
Gunfights, car chases. And that's what I'm talking about.
Hot Fuzz.
Got a mustache.
I know.
Like, I swear, that's all he does is sweep. That's like his favorite thing ever.
I was going to do it anyway.
I know what my number 5 is now.
You already played your hand and then showed me the cards.
I know. You just decided to do it late, so.
Okay. Well, whatever. I mean,
this movie could easily be my number 1.
It could for me too. This is.
Don't worry, I know Zach's number 1, and now I'm going to sweep it.
I'm right
It's a
next.
piece of shit film too. It's really too bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Zach. Number 5,
It's Space
Hot Fuzz.
Chimps. Oh wait, that's next year.
I was going to say,
Shit. So I'd gotten into Edgar Wright with Shaun of the Dead, obviously, and then we at this point, Spaced hadn't been released on DVD yet.
Not in the U.S. No.
Yeah, so the only way for me to really access him was Shaun of the Dead, and Hot Fuzz was something he talked about on a L.A. Radio show that Kevin Smith put on for one night only, and then the recording ended up on the View Askew website. But so when this film came out, I was excited. It got at my theater. It got relegated to one of the smaller auditoriums, and when I went with my dad to go see it, I found out why. We were the only ones in that theater. which surprised the shit out of me because I was like, well, Shaun of the Dead's like got this great following. How's nobody seeing this film? Which still kind of baffles me, I guess. But like again, it's for a certain audience. Hot Fuzz is incredibly entertaining. I love the character of Nicholas Angel. I love Danny Butterman. I love their dynamic. Like they are among the best buddy cops ever created. In the same way that what Tarantino does with Death Proof in creating a car movie that is in love with other car movies but still a equal entry, Hot Fuzz is a great cop movie that manages to pull off tasteful homage to other cop films. Jim Broadbent is great in this film. Timothy Dalton's really funny. And the twist when it happens is like, I mean, my favorite thing in the movie is when everybody's like talking about the greater good and they kind of repeat it. Like for me, it's like they start off with that slogan, but they don't like, you're not aware that they keep saying it really until like something catches your head, and then Simon Pegg in like a moment of desperation is like, how can this be for the greater good? And then they all say the greater good, and I was like, oh, that's why they're building it up for that joke. It's really funny. Like they can't stop saying their own mantra. And then the final shootout chase sequence / Timothy Dalton getting speared with a fucking plastic town spike. Yes, yeah. And I love his line when they capture him. He goes like, "I want some ice cream," and a great callback from like one of the jokes in the movie. Like, there's plenty of ice cream down at the station, and some great cameos from people who love Shaun of the Dead. Peter Jackson plays Father Christmas, who stabs Nicholas Angel, and like, yeah, I love it. And that was a DVD that I loved because like they came out with this like 3-disc Ultimate Edition, and it had like 5 commentaries. One commentary was with Quentin Tarantino, who just wanted to talk about the movie. I think one was with like Kevin Smith, I think, at one point. But like the involvement that Edgar Wright put into that DVD was special.
He still does it. Even the Baby Driver has probably some of the coolest special features.
Yeah, it does.
And I mean, his commentary is always good. I've actually never laughed harder, I think, in a movie than I did in this one is when Simon Pegg drop kicks that old lady.
Yeah.
I have never laughed so hard in a movie because it comes out of nowhere. And, yeah, it's amazing.
So this is also my number 5. And I think this movie is nearly perfect. I think it's my favorite of the Cornetto trilogy. I will just say... Movies with Mikey just did a review of this like yesterday, so go to YouTube and watch his review. It's brilliant and made me so want to put this higher on my list because the way he views this film is fantastic. But you should go watch that. This is not my favorite like Edgar Wright film, but as of that trilogy where all of those movies are, you know,
loosely connected.
Well, no, it's not that. It's that they're all like spoofs on a genre while being, or they're deconstructions of a genre while being an entry into them. This to me is the strongest one because it's just so smart. And then you look at the budget he had on that film, and you're like, holy shit! Like this guy should be able to make any movie he wants forever. Which is why it's a shame that it's so hard for him.
When's your birthday? 22nd of February. What year? Every year. Get out.
So good. Yep.
Yeah, I'll talk about it later.
I'm sure. Sorry, guys.
Whatever.
It's my favorite of all of Edgar Wright's films, and it's going to show up a lot later on my list.
Sorry,
and I could make Zach's number 1 my number 5, but that's my number 14, and I think every film I've had so far is better than it. So yeah, my number 5. Are you done?
Oh yeah,
we're done.
We don't care.
All right,
because he's wrong.
My
about
number
his
5.
So.
2007 was a really good year for westerns in general. And this is not my favorite Western of the year, but it's one of them. My number 5 is The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford.
That's a good one.
Fuck, that is a great movie.
His children didn't know how their father made his living, or why they so often moved. They didn't even know their father's name. He regretted neither his robberies nor the 17 murders that he laid claim to. And on September 5th, 1881, Jesse James was 34 years old.
Can't believe I'm sitting with none other than Jesse James. Many's the night I stayed up, my eyes open, my mouth open, just reading about your escapades. They're all lies, you know. It is interesting the many ways you and I overlap. You're the youngest of 3 James boys, and I'm the youngest of 5 Ford boys. You have blue eyes, I have blue eyes. You're 5 feet 8 inches tall, I'm 5 feet 8 inches tall. I honestly believe I'm destined for great things, Mr. James.
You're giving me signs that make me wonder. Maybe your mind's been changed about me. Can't figure it out. Do you want to be like me, or you want to be me?
You think it's all made up, don't you? You think it's all yarns and newspaper stories.
He's just a human being.
Look at my red hands and my mean face. I wonder about that man that's gone so wrong.
I've been a nobody all my life. I know I won't get with this one opportunity, and you can bet your life I'm not going to spoil it.
Seems to me if you have something to confess, you spit it out now.
I tried to get this on.
Yeah, did anyone else have this? I was worried I was going to sweep someone. Is this anyone else?
No, I tried.
It was batting. My list this year was like 17 movies.
Yeah,
and I love this movie. The only reason I didn't make it is just I don't know. I don't have an answer.
It is a little too slow for me to love it and watch it as often as I do some of the other things on my list. But it's a brilliant film.
I think it's a very well-written film, even if it is a really slow film.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the weird cases where I think like a monotone narration in the beginning is actually really fitting, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think Casey Affleck, I think this is his best performance he's ever given. And I think it's just, he's a wonder in it. I think everyone in this film was really good. And I think just the time period and the set design, the cinematography, everything is just amazing in this film.
Didn't Deacon shoot this one?
What's up?
Probably.
Deacon shot this one, right?
Probably. Let me check.
Yeah.
I feel like this was...
That movie looks amazing. There's a shot where Jesse James is standing on a railroad track at night. That was probably shot by Deakins.
Yeah,
oh, yes. It was, because he was double nominated for this and another film this year that we'll talk about.
That's why the Oscars don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, boy. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those films that's like, if you haven't seen it by now, what the fuck are you doing?
So like, I'm doing a lot of things. Okay.
Have you not seen it?
I've not seen it.
Oh, wow.
It's really.
Oh, yeah.
There's a
I mean,
scene
if
where
you're
Brad
looking for a
Pitt
really
sits in a chair with a
slow-paced,
snake in
boring
his hand.
western, you'll really like it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's awesome.
Is it on Netflix?
Probably.
I think you get the Blu-ray for $5.
I'm sure it's somewhere for free because it's this movie and no one watched it.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, I mean, it's just if you really like character performances and character kind of based stuff, it's definitely one of the best, especially for a western in terms of like character development. It's a really good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, my number 5, the assassinate. It's the long title one.
The assassination of Jesse James by the coward
yeah.
Robert Ford.
Also gave birth to the great video, The Assassination of Yogi Bear by the coward Boo Boo. It's an internet video. It's fun. It's basically that scene with the painting, but Yogi Bear and Boo Boo.
That scene with the painting. That scene with the painting is so good.
Mm-hmm. I did see that. So the movie's spoiled for me.
Shoot.
It was spoiled. The 150-year-old history has been spoiled.
You know
for
what?
you.
Actually, I'd forgotten about that video. So if you hadn't said that, I would have seen the movie and totally felt
So once
fresh.
again, it's all my fault.
So
yeah, way to go, Zach.
Spoilers for that movie. That's like halfway through the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot
Doesn't
that comes
end
after.
there.
So, cool. Good pick, Emmy. Glad you got that in
Ghost
here.
the rest of the movie.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, then it's Ghost.
The ghost of Jesse James.
Well, yeah,
that
Casey
haunts
Affleck.
that coward Robert Ford.
Copyright on this podcast.
Scooby Doo and the assassination.
You know
of
what?
Jesse James.
I guess the last quarter of the movie really is haunts him.
Yes.
Because see, we're so deep we don't even know it.
It's pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
My number 5.
No,
Brad. Sorry,
Brad's number 5.
Oh, it is mine.
Yeah.
So I made us all out of order.
I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. What was it? Oh my god. Aqua Teen was the last one? Oh, yeah. My number 5 is a repeat.
Resident Evil?
It's the full Grindhouse.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a repeat because Ryan did that one.
Okay, yeah. And screw you guys, I'm with Henry. I like Planet Terror way more than Death Proof.
Oh, you're insane.
When we saw that, seeing both back-to-back in the theater, like, at a midnight showing, so we got out at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And with all the awesome trailers in between, like, that's the only way I ever want to really watch those movies. Even though I watched Planet Terror way more on its own than Death Proof. I think I've seen Death Proof once since then, and it got better the second time I watched it. But the first time I saw it, I was so bored. Like, those 2 conversations put me to sleep. And then the car chase is amazing. Like, that's the movie right there. And Stuntman Mike's great, but everything else, like, not to say that like girls can't have interesting conversations, but what Tarantino gave them to talk about, I just did not care.
I don't think I was going to take that from what you were going to say, but now that you said it, yes, you are being offensive. No, I'm just kidding.
They didn't have conversations because women.
Yeah. So
my boyfriend didn't pick me up.
But Planet Terror is just way more fun to watch and zany, and not that like having more of the scratch aesthetic on the movie makes it better than Death Proof, but it just immerses me into that Grindhouse feel way more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it means also, like, if you look at like Planet Terror and then something like Thunderbolt, you can see which one. Like, you can see that you're going to like Planet Terror more. So
very true. Yes.
So, but yeah, even though like those trailers are great. Like, one was so great they made 2 more movies out of it. And Edgar Wright has a trailer in there, which is Thanksgiving. Or he does Don't.
It's just Thanksgiving.
Oh, Thanksgiving. Yeah. Edgar Wright's is Don't. SS Woman of the
Werewolf Women of the SS.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie.
It's so great
Werewolf
to
Women,
watch
yeah.
that whole experience as all one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my number 5.
It's a good one.
Nice. Well, don't have to worry about James.
Yep.
My number 5 is, I feel like I defend this movie every year and all the time.
Every year, huh?
Yeah. It inevitably comes up because I'm such a fan of the director and the character. My number 5 is Spider-Man 3.
Oh.
Tell me you love me.
I love you so much. I'm gonna ask MJ to marry me.
Give her this. It's the ring Uncle Ben gave me.
Harry.
You knew this was coming, Pete.
Listen to me. I didn't kill your father.
What's with you guys, anyways?
It's complicated. Hate those things.
Revenge is like a poison. It can take us over. Turn us into something ugly.
The suit. Where'd this come from?
This substance seems to be a parasite. It amplifies aggression.
Seems to like you.
Looking good, Spidey. I love the new outfit.
The power. It feels good.
I'm worried about you.
I don't need your help.
Everybody needs help sometimes, Peter. Even Spider-Man. What's happened to you?
I don't know, but I have to stop it. Parker. I've done terrible things.
I know you'll find a way to put it right.
Hey, Parker.
This could be the end of Spider-Man.
I need your help.
We have to forgive each other, or everything we ever were will mean nothing.
Now who's sweeping legs, motherfucker? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, is this on anybody else's list?
Damn it, my number one.
Oh, I'd cry.
A lot lower for you than I expected, actually. So
Originally, my whole list was just Spider-Man 3.
It should be. Again, you can tell in this film where the studio got in the way.
Oh yeah.
Underneath all that is a pretty great film. I'll still defend Dancing Peter Parker till the day I die.
Me too.
Dig on this.
Because I think what people miss in that, and Raimi kind of lets you in a little bit, after the Sandman is born and he's walking through Manhattan.
Which, can we just say real quick that the Sandman being born was one of the most incredible visual sequences we'd seen at that time, and
it still holds up pretty well.
Yeah, it's pretty good now, but at the time you were like, "Holy shit, he got emotion out of sand."
And
sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
interrupt,
no,
but
you're
that
fine.
was such
and
a cool moment.
What disappointed me is I went and looked. There is no score for this film available.
Really?
Like you have to get the soundtrack, and it only has like 3 or 4 bits of score from the film, and the rest is like music inspired by Spider-Man.
Wasn't that true of Spider-Man 1 though?
No, Spider-Man 2 released 2 of them.
I know Spider-Man 2 had 2. I thought Spider-Man 1 only had the soundtrack.
Who did the music for 3? It wasn't Elfman, was it?
No, it was I don't remember.
Was it James Newton Howard?
You can talk about more stuff while I look it up.
Thanks.
Okay.
So I think people miss some points. So after the Sandman's born, if you remember, he has a hard time keeping together. So the next time we see the Sandman, he's walking down Manhattan, and the camera shakes and doesn't stay on him because he's fighting to stay together. There's little nods like that that Raimi does that makes him my favorite director. He also, I think the scene where the Sandman does attack the bank truck and Spider-Man fights him is really great. I love the Harry Osborn arc because he's such a fascinating villain because he's never really a bad guy. Just like in the comics, he's never really a bad guy. He just makes poor choices. And sans the horrible your father was impaled by his own glider exposition. The one thing the editor's cut got right is they got rid of that scene. And it still works because you understand why he goes and fights, because he still cares for Mary Jane. He still cares for Peter Parker.
I love Franco in this film.
Yeah, and I think Franco's such a great, and he actually, his arc with, so this movie has a lot in it. I think it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
So in it, he attacks Peter as the new Goblin, and he gets amnesia after the fight with Peter. So his memory comes back eventually, and he attacks Mary Jane. He's like, "You're going to do something for me," and so he has Mary Jane break up with Peter, and then Peter meets Harry at the coffee shop, and he very coldly says that I'm the other guy, and Peter has this moment. He's like, "Oh shit, he's the Green Goblin again," and he looks back, and the waitress says, "How's the pie?" He's like, "So good." I love it because he's evil and he's conniving, and his arc is wonderful. Venom is tacked on, and people who don't like Venom don't know Spider-Man because that's pretty close to the Venom in the comics. The biggest difference is Eddie Brock is like some bodybuilder guy.
Yeah.
And I think Topher Grace is fine. He's not what makes Venom not good in the film.
No.
The character Venom makes Venom not good in the film.
Yeah, Topher Grace is fine.
People that really want a Venom movie, I forget, is there a Venom movie coming out?
Yeah, it's got Michelle Williams, and it's like a little indie romantic comedy.
Oh, okay.
They should cast Tom Hardy as Venom. That'd be a good one.
He's kind of a bodybuilder.
And I think the movie ends really sweetly, where Peter, without saying a line of dialogue, asks Mary Jane forgives him for what happened. It's a really well done movie if you get rid of some of the extra stuff in it.
Yeah.
But like I love Peter when he's kind of a bad guy. Peter Parker bad. I mean, not like, killing people, but how he perceives himself and how he really is.
Yeah.
And it's augmented by the suit he's wearing.
Right.
And it's better than people give it credit for.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So yeah, that's me defending it yet again.
There is a score.
Christmas is coming.
Music composed by Christopher Young.
Oh.
But yeah, it's.
I don't know who that is.
Where do you find it? I've looked for it forever.
It might not have been released in America because this cover art says movie music from the UK. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's on my number 5.
Cool.
Zach?
My number 4. Oh, we're on number 4, right?
Yeah, number 4.
Yeah. My number 4 is a repeat. It's Grindhouse. This was my.
That's the most discussed film of this year.
Yeah, I know, and rightfully so. It's amazing.
I think this is the first time that a film has been on all 5 of our
I was
lists.
just gonna say, yeah. I mean, depending on how you interpret it, right? Because Henry and I did it different, but yeah.
Yeah. My dad took me to see this the weekend it opened, and the poor guy was sick, and so he watched Planet Terror and held out as long as he could. But when the mid trailers started, he said, like, hey, I've got to go home and, like, go to the bathroom. Can you, like, are you going to be okay here? And I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. And he left, poor guy, vomiting, throwing up and whatnot. And, like, so I sat there watching Death Proof alone, and which was kind of, like, risky because I wasn't 17 yet. And so, like, theoretically I could have gotten booted out of the theater. But it didn't happen. I watched the entire thing. I'm in the school of thought that both films are good for what they are. If I had to pick a preference, I'd say Death Proof is my favorite, but I enjoy it as a whole experience. That's why I didn't divide them up into 2. Yeah. There are things about Planet Terror that I love more than Death Proof, and there are a lot of things about Death Proof that I prefer over Planet Terror. Where I think Michael Parks is kind of wasted in Planet Terror, I love that he's utilized well in Death Proof. And then, like, kind of vice versa with Rose McGowan, you know, like, although Rose McGowan, like, her participation in both is important for each story they're telling. But yeah, and the trailers in the middle were so fucking fun. The Thanksgiving trailer is so fucking funny. The Werewolf Women of the SS one, like, again, if you have not seen those types of films, it looks bizarre, but in reality it's like it's just part of that genre. The fact that Nicolas Cage is Fu Manchu in the trailer is
so good.
It was like it's everything. That Rob calls back all this stuff, and, like, it got me into watching those films that inspired Tarantino and Rodriguez and whatnot, and some of them have genuinely been, like, films that I'll watch over and over again. Like, I love blaxploitation films because I learned more about exploitation films via Grindhouse, and then, like, you start learning the different subgenres and whatnot, and, like, you know, like, you have good gangster exploitation, you have, like, you know, sexploitation, whatever. I like blaxploitation. I think it's a great genre. So, and they don't even touch on it in Grindhouse, and they could have, but they don't. You know, and Machete. Oh God. 3 years later, we get a wonderfully entertaining film that I saw way too much in the theater, because I just wanted to support Danny Trejo being an action star for finally, like, getting the headline billing and everything. The way it opens up with, like, that crawl, that title crawl, that Rocky title crawl, and instead of, like, inspirational music, you're hearing this down and dirty saxophone playing, and you hear the grinding of gears and, like, metal moving against metal, and it's like, oh God, I shouldn't be watching this. This is so exciting, but I'm watching it, and it's so fucking cool. And then it pops up with that go-go dance scene and whatnot, and it sets the tone for everything that this is supposed to be. I almost didn't put this on the list, though, because the past 2 weeks have pissed me off so much. This film, unfortunately, is they proudly put on there, brought to you by your friends at the Weinstein Company, and nowadays that seems
Rose
like
McGowan.
Yeah, so nowadays this all seems so shitty, but I can't deny how wonderful this film is as an experience, and the fact that it was even made is kind of a miracle. But, like, again, like, it was tough. Like, I kind of wanted to exclude it because I just didn't want to pay attention to it, but I couldn't ignore it. So, and it was the first Quentin Tarantino movie I ever saw in a theater.
Oh, cool.
Because up till that point, it would have been Kill Bill Volume 2, but they took it from theaters, and I saw Anchorman instead. Just as good, but not Kill Bill Volume 2.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yeah, Grindhouse, an amazing film. They kept showing it again in theaters. Like, they would do it in Flashback Fridays at Regal.
Yeah.
For $5, and I'd go every time it was playing. Like,
Yeah.
I made it a mission to see it as many times as I could in the theater as a whole.
Yeah.
So,
Brad?
Speaking of the Weinstein Company, this week I saw a trailer for Paddington 2, and the Weinstein Company was TWC/Dimension.
Oh, no way.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
They're already...
Fuck you, Harvey.
Doing damage control.
Yeah. Fuck both of them. They're both terrible.
Anywho,
Henry,
Henry,
number 4.
My number 4 is a story about immigrants moving, and then once the immigrants get there, a war breaks out, and it's kind of about that war. It has love, it has heartbreak, it has violence. You see it from the immigrant's perspective, from the civilization perspective, from the government perspective. It's just a beautiful film. My number 4 is Transformers.
Yes, I knew this was a bit.
Got a little surprise for you, son.
No, Dad! Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I am. You're not getting a Porsche.
Let me tell you something, son. A driver don't pick the cars. Cars pick the driver. It's a mystical bond between man and machine.
That's my car!
What you're about to see is totally classified.
Dear God, what is this?
We're under attack!
We're facing war against a technological civilization far superior to our own. Our enemy can take any shape. They could be anywhere.
It's a robot. You know, like a super advanced robot. It's probably Japanese.
No!
I'll drive, you shoot!
You have to get across. Trust me. Bring it!
It's not. Are you serious,
Henry? I love you so much. I love you so much. This
cannot
movie is
believe
good.
This is on your list, Henry.
This is a very good movie.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's on this asshole's list. But,
No, I didn't put it on my list. I'm not crazy.
This high, nonetheless.
Nice.
I mean, I've not been on a Transformers episode with you guys, but I genuinely love all of these films. So.
Yeah. Transformers 1 is a solid movie.
No, yeah, I mean, like, in terms of actual filmmaking, it's probably the best out of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Transformers...
Storytelling, yeah.
Top notch. I mean, you get so many different storylines. It's. I mean, y'all are gonna hate that I'm saying this, but this is the Independence Day of the 2000s. Like, you have so many storylines happening.
Statement.
No, I think that's pretty solid, yeah. I mean, except for the fact that, like, Michael Bay makes Roland Emmerich look like, I don't know...
Garbage.
Somebody whose name no one knows because they only direct episodes of CSI Miami. Yeah, like...
Brad got a new gig. Directing CSI Miami.
Sorry, I was thinking something else. What did I miss?
Yeah, no. Transformers 1 is great. Like, it's actually a good story about a boy in his car.
No, and I mean, it's like, it's one of these, like, yeah, the later Transformers films, you can tell Michael Bay stopped giving it his all.
Yeah.
But this film, he genuinely tried his best to make it an actual, like, Michael Bay film.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to applaud him for taking a toy franchise about cars who turn into people seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So...
And the first trailer, like the teaser trailer for that with the the curiosity disappearing. Was an awesome trailer. Like I became very excited for a Transformer movie because that first trailer was cool. Now, of course, that didn't have anything to do with the movie, but still.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's the Transformers films are a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so of course, I mean, I will say 1 through 4 of this list are all 5 out of 5-star films. So it was hard to figure out which place this would go, but it's my number 4.
Remember that sequence where there's like a 40-ton Transformer sneaking around a house?
Yeah.
And
That's the sequel. That's the sequel.
I wasn't sold on the film until someone told me,
No.
yeah, they talk about masturbation, and then John Turturro gets a golden shower. And that's when I was like, I'm on board. Let's do this.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I don't
When the
remember-
robot pees
John
on
Turturro gets peed on. Yeah.
I don't remember any of this. I remember Bumblebee trying to hide behind a bird bath.
And then there's a scene while they're hiding in the house, it's Shia LaBeouf's trying to find something in his room and whatnot, and
the glasses, because the glasses have the key to everything.
The glasses, yeah,
that's right.
but he's keeping the door locked,
What a
and then the
piece of
parents
shit.
open the door and they think he's been masturbating, and then it becomes this awkward 1.5-minute scene about like, well, it's okay to jerk off or whatever. A boy should have his privacy.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
All
I
of
don't
that
remember
is-
this.
No.
All of
God.
that is in that movie.
Yeah.
I remember
You guys might not like this, but I will tell you this right now. Freshman year last year, they showed Transformers in one of my film classes to show good storytelling. So
Wow. That's awesome.
Education's going downhill.
They're trolling you, right?
What? Yeah,
They're trolling you, right? Like, he's paying a lot of money for this class. Let's screw with him.
I'm glad that you like it.
Henry, I'm with you. These guys just don't appreciate how good early Kurtzman and Orsi was.
They just don't
I
like
own the first one
Yeah.
on HD DVD.
You do. In the sweet maroon burgundy.
So I can watch it.
Unwatchable medium.
It's I didn't hate it when it came out, but its problems became apparent to me after I watched it.
I've never been a fan. I've never seen the second one. The only reason I saw the third one is because we do this podcast.
Yeah, the second one's like the worst one.
Yeah, don't see the second one. I'll say that as a huge Transformers fan, don't see the second one.
Yeah, the second one is really bad, and the fourth one is really bad.
Well, I like the
The
third
fourth
one 'cause
one's
there is
the
a
one
Mortal
of the
Kombat
best ones.
fatality
Excuse
in it.
yourself.
What? Say that again.
The
Henry?
fourth one's amazing. Excuse yourself.
No, the whole last the whole end of that movie takes place from inside a car.
There's
Like,
a
it's
scene where Mark Wahlberg gets out of a thing. You see an entire long shot that's a close up of Bud Light on the ground, which somehow has ice in it. He
That's
picks up
true.
one of the Bud Lights, opens it, and goes, "I need a Bud." It's
Yeah,
the
but
best
that's
scene
where-
of that entire
That's
film.
where this franchise became Resident Evil. Like in the sequels, the franchise became Resident Evil. This is maybe the Resident Evil 3. Transformers 1 is the Resident Evil 3 of the Transformers franchise. Like, the story is pretty solid. The ridiculous moments are palatable, like when an Xbox turns into a Transformer, or when a Mountain Dew vending machine turns into a Transformer and shoots a Mountain Dew into somebody's crotch. Wait, no. Okay, I have the reason, and Henry, you'll agree with me. This movie is easily great because of the phrase "bring the rain" and how cool the military is in this film. It's really great. Its jingoism is on par. It's really wonderful. This film is wonderful. Good job, Henry. I'm so glad. I'm proud of you.
My favorite line in the film is John Turturro going, "She's a criminal. Criminals are hot."
Yes.
I don't remember
Henry,
in the creepiest fucking way imaginable.
Henry, I'm high-fiving you from across the country. Oh, that was great.
Mm-hmm. Brad, you're number 4?
5.
4.
No, 4.
Uh-oh.
Did you do your number 5? Yeah, you did. It was a repeat.
Yeah, well.
You did Grindhouse.
My number 4 is a repeat. It is Hot Fuzz.
Oh.
Yeah. Fun movie. I love Edgar Wright. Like you said, it's a great send-up to a genre while also being an entry into it. Lots of fun. Probably my third favorite of the Cornetto trilogy, but...
So your least favorite of the Cornetto trilogy.
Well, you don't want to say it that way. That sounds bad.
Yeah.
Third favorite just reminds you how good they all are.
Yeah, they're all great.
Yeah, they're all great.
I guess, which is weird to say, is like Michael Bay action movies aren't like my favorite thing, so doing an homage to them doesn't do a lot for me.
Better written though.
But yeah, it's smarter than those movies.
Right. It is.
I guess the whole like surprise of the town being taken over by a cult, basically, just wasn't an awesome ending to me, I guess.
But it was for the greater good, Brad.
You've got to see Mikey review it. I think you'll
Yeah.
Because when he talks about that thing, and there's an argument about the fact that the movie is making real police work cool in a way that action movies at the time were actually making like police work shitty and terrible. Anyway, you'll see.
I think it's because like for the whole movie, I'm like actually invested in the mystery.
Yeah.
And then the ending is like, I do appreciate that. Oh, everybody's in on it, and not just one guy. Like that's cool. But I guess it's just like a bunch of old people who hate other people coming to their town. Like, oh, okay,
yeah.
It's almost like for Baby Driver, I'm like unsatisfied that John Hamm is the ultimate villain and not Kevin Spacey. But at the same time, I'm like,
I love that.
The guy you expected to be the villain is not him. So it's this weird duality that I can't reconcile. But anyway,
cool. It's a good one.
James?
My number 4 is a repeat. My number 4 is Juno. I adored this movie when it came out. I thought the dialogue was great. And it sparked my fandom of Jason Reitman. So yeah, it's great. So
it is great. My number 4 is also a repeat. My number 4 is Superbad.
Oh,
gangster, what? I just love everything about this movie. It's so many quotable moments. It gave us a lot of famous actors, like Zach said. I just had fun with it, and it's a lot of these movies I saw with this Yahoo over here. So we saw this at
the Harkins.
The Harkins, and
with your cousin.
Yeah, at Northfield.
Like
so
at midnight or something.
Yeah, so it was fun, and I still watch it this day. Watch it all the time, and I still laugh.
I think we had a late shift and we like rushed all the way out there because it was the only midnight showing of it.
Yeah, and we really wanted to see it,
and we almost didn't.
No, we barely made it. I love that movie.
Cool. That's a good one.
Zach, number 3.
My number 3, I have many different ways to introduce them, but all of them would be terrible and lame. My number 3 is There Will Be Blood.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've traveled over half our state to be here tonight. I couldn't get away sooner because my new well was coming in at Coyote Hills and I had to see about it. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say I'm an oil man, you will agree. I'm a family man. I run a family business. This is my son and my partner, H.W. Plainview.
You boys are a regular family business.
Now, you have a great chance here.
My son is a healer and a vessel for the Holy Spirit. He has a church.
You will be cast up and thrust back to perdition.
I'm fixed like no other company in this field. I have a string of tools ready to put to work. That's why I can guarantee to start drilling and to put up the cash to back my word. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what the others promise to do, when it comes to the showdown, they won't be there.
There's a whole ocean of oil under our feet. No one can get at it except for me.
We'll offer $150,000 for full title.
When do we get our money, Daniel?
I look at people and I see nothing worth liking.
Don't bully me, Daniel, please.
I see the worst in people.
We have a sinner with us. Get out of here, devil!
I have a competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. I can't keep doing this on my own. With these, people.
So
I thought you would have put this shitty movie higher.
I think, are me and you the only ones who thinks this movie is shitty?
Oh, this movie
No,
is...
I'll say, as a PTA fan, I don't like this film.
Yeah.
Don't piss him off. There will be blood.
Yes. That's how you tell a joke.
So I did not know who Paul Thomas Anderson was when this movie came
God,
out?
you're so fucking young. Fuck you.
Seriously.
No,
I had been watching Magnolia repeatedly for years by this point.
And I know I didn't watch Magnolia at that point because, like, I just always laughed at Magnolia as that joke in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back with Magnolia Fan. And always read the story about Kevin running into PTA at a doctor's office. But
that's a good one.
This film, what sold me was the trailer because it was Daniel Day-Lewis, and I loved Gangs of New York a lot, like, because that was my introduction.
There's your problem.
Yep.
And I love Gangs of New York, despite James not liking Martin Scorsese.
That has nothing to do with liking Martin Scorsese or not.
So,
poor Zach.
The trailer sold me in, like, it felt bizarre. Like it was just this monologue showing like some sections and whatnot, but like the monologue wasn't making sense to me. I wasn't sure exactly like what am I watching here. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just have to watch it.
Wait, are you talking about the movie or the trailer?
The trailer.
You're describing the movie to me.
I'm sorry, Zach. It's just so easy.
The trailer.
I'm sorry.
The trailer did that to me, and I'm like, well, I don't know exactly what's going on here, other than like he seems like he's an oil person, so I'll go to this movie. And it came out like the following year because it was like in that limited release at the Mayan, and then it expanded.
Yeah,
and then it hit the now horrible landmark Greenwood Village Theater. But that's where my dad and I saw it, and it was one of the first times in a theater where I had to sit down and like really watch, like pay attention to everything.
Because nothing happens.
Lots of stuff happens. Lots of stuff happens. Y'all are just haters.
So since we derailed you already, does your dad like these movies that you take him to?
Yeah, he does.
He does?
Oh, well, I like how you said your dad essentially dumped you for Grindhouse.
He loves Coen Brothers movies. He loves Oh Brother Art Thou a lot. That's like his go-to film.
That's a great movie.
He also likes Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Home Alone, Shrek.
Nice.
You know, he loves them all.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know if you like forced him to take you to these movies.
No, he wanted to see it.
Huh.
Yeah, so.
Cool.
But, so like, I think that in spite of what you guys might think, I think Daniel Day-Lewis is captivating enough for me as a viewer going in to just hold the movie for the most part. Rewatching it this week, I understand where people have issue with it, but I guess I just don't. It's very episodic. I can definitely admit to that. Like it does go from moment to moment. There's any through line that's in the film really relies on Eli and Daniel Plainview and their relationship, and even then it disconnects at times because you have the subplot with the brother. This film like holds my attention, and in a way that films don't always do. And the same thing would be for The Master, where I'm like, I don't know why, but he's able to hold my attention. And part of it's the subject matter, part of it's the way he gets his actors to do what he wants them to do. The film is got a great set piece on a minimalistic scale. Like the oil derrick exploding is an amazing set piece.
Yeah.
One of those set pieces that for me rivals, like, or at least like matches itself with the burning of Atlanta in Gone with the Wind, or like the chariot scene in Ben-Hur. Like, it's a set piece that it at least matches itself with them. I can't say if it rivals it, because then you'd have to watch them all in a row and kind of make your own call. The final scene in the movie is one of my favorite things I've ever seen.
It's real good.
Because of, like, it's not the milkshake line. It's after he, like, throws Eli to the ground and just starts running at him with a fucking bowling pin and just, like, smashes his fucking head in. And there's a genuine look of shock on my face when I'm seeing this in the theater, because I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, I knew he was crazy, but like, this is just nuts. And then his butler comes downstairs, and his butler says, Mr. Plainview. And then all of a sudden, like, he's breathing heavily, and he's over this dead Paul Dano body, and he's just like, I'm finished. And then it cues a Brahms. I think it's not some Brahms. It's a concerto of some kind that was played earlier in the film, and it's just like something about like the music that plays over the result of this horrible action was just like jarring to my mind. I didn't understand why I was like exhilarated the way I was. Cut to a month later, I turned 17. I can go see any R-rated movie in the theater that I want to because I now have the ability to. I went and saw There Will Be Blood on my birthday because I was like, I gotta watch it again. Like I gotta watch that guy do the thing with the bowling pin, and then he talks about milkshakes. And yes, it's kind of confusing because who has a straw that long? But he does it, and it's amazing. And I love this film. And this and my number 2 toss back and forth for me about which one's better than the other. I'm comfortable with where it is here because what comes next is. We'll talk about it, yeah. So anyway, There Will Be Blood. Don't need to have a milkshake when you're watching it, but it could be fun.
I don't know if I'd call $12 for all-you-can-eat popcorn and soda horrible.
I said now horrible. When it was first there, it was great, and now it's garbage.
Yeah, it's not a great thing.
No, that still sounds pretty great.
Popcorn's not that good.
And staff's kind of shitty.
Fight me.
I'm still waiting to see the film that There Will Be Blood is all of the deleted scenes from, because I think this movie looks beautiful, but
I find it weird that this. I think I agree. The film looks amazing, and Robert Elswit won the Oscar for cinematography for this year. I don't think he deserved it.
Should have been Deacons.
It should have been Deacons for Robert Ford or another movie involving a coin toss, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
Henry?
My number 3, I'm surprised it hasn't shown up because it's one that I was pretty sure was going to show up on your guys' list. Maybe it might show up later, but my number 3 is Gone Baby Gone.
Elaine puts her to bed. She goes across to Dottie's, then she comes home and Amanda is gone.
Who would take my little girl? She never hurt anybody.
A 4-year-old child is on the street. If we don't catch the abductor by day 1, only about 10% are ever solved. This is day 3.
Do you know people in the neighborhood who don't talk to the police?
One or two.
We want to hire you to augment the investigation.
I just want my daughter back.
It's all right. We're gonna find her.
You have to promise me.
I promise.
You ever investigated an abduction before?
I think Mrs. McCready was hoping that we could help with the neighborhood aspect of this investigation.
Half the guys you know is degenerates.
Hey, you know what the other half are?
What?
Cops. But don't hold it against me.
Guess who? You asked me to find some people for you. Think I found them.
So you're saying you didn't do it? Fine. If it turns out you're lying, I'm gonna bribe cops to go after you, and I'm gonna tell everyone I know that you're a CI and a rat. And I know a lot of people. At least 2 guns in the house.
What else?
SWAT will be here in 5 minutes.
Not gonna wait for them?
We're not waiting.
He lied to me. I can't think of one reason big enough for him to lie that's small enough not to matter.
You better think long and hard before you start running around here investigating the police.
Let it go.
Coming here trying to get noble, boy. And don't try to take on something you don't have the shoulders for.
You gotta take a side. If you beat a child, you're not on my side. If you see me coming, you better run because I'm gonna lay you down.
This child, that's all I care about. And we're gonna bring her home.
Tell him I'm sorry.
How much?
What did you do?
Where I come from, you die with your secrets.
This is the kind of thing that if you do, Patrick, you want to be sure. Are you sure?
No.
I tried.
That was a good
It was
movie.
at number 10 for a little bit, but then I remembered how much I love Spider Pig.
Cool.
Yeah, Gone Baby Gone. It was Ben Affleck's first directorial film. I don't think it's his best film, but I think it's definitely one of maybe number 2 in my mind.
It's a strong start out the gate.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it helps that he's Ben Affleck. Yeah, it just tells Casey Affleck plays a detective, and so Casey Affleck essentially starts investigating the disappearance of this child. And it kind of... I mean, I love myself a good mystery, and this is a good-ass mystery.
It is.
And I think, like, the ending... Like, kind of... It doesn't... You don't see it coming, but at the end there is this moral dilemma that he faces that isn't really hinted at in the rest of the film. but the ending definitely has this moral dilemma that I think is very interesting. That to this day, I still think about. I saw this film like probably 5 years ago now. But yeah, I just love the film. I think it's definitely one of Ben Affleck's strongest roles. 2 Casey Affleck films on my list. Too bad he's also apparently a horrible person. But yeah, and Michelle Monaghan's in it too, and she's amazing.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I just love it. I'm actually kind of genuinely surprised it didn't show up on your, because I felt like this was kind of like right up your guys' wheelhouse. So
it is good.
It's a good movie.
Yeah,
I do like me some Affleck.
Directed by Batfleck,
and I still like me some Boston Affleck, because that's when he's really on.
That's when he doesn't have to try so hard.
Oh shit, Boston.
Yeah.
This is the only film that Ben Affleck's made that he's not acting as well. So
yeah, it is. I mean, I guess if my first time directing, I don't think I'd want to act in it as well.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I want to see if I can do this.
Yeah.
And at the time, he was just coming off of Hollywoodland, so he was slowly getting a new lease on life.
Yeah, that's right. He was like basically trying to rebuild his career
after J-Lo.
Yeah, that's right, man. Cool.
Jennifer Lopez.
That's a good pick.
And
nice job,
burritos
Benny.
and tacos.
He hit an all-time J-Lo.
Oh,
yes!
Yes.
That was good.
Yes. Brad?
So my number 3, I made it. I can reveal this one without, my number 3, I think, is a lot of fun. And, damn it. I had a thing I was going to say about it, and I just spaced it because, Oh, I'm just thinking so fast. My number 3 is
great,
Live
Brad.
Free or Die Hard.
Oh, good job.
I'm doing America a favor. Is the country willing to pay for it?
FAA just issued a critical alert. The entire network went down.
Transportation system's crashing and they just hit the entire financial sector. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
I'll take it from here.
You just killed a helicopter with a car. I was out of bullets.
Russo, check in.
Hold on a minute. Looks like he's coming around. You see that?
Yeah, I saw it. I did it.
Hang on.
Officer McLean, I need you to behave.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go kill this guy and get my daughter. Or go get my daughter and kill this guy. Or kill all of them.
Lay your back shot!
Did you want to say something?
Why'd you bring a cop into my command center?
Command center. It's a basement.
Who is this man?
Yeah, I know this is taking the one guy in a ordinary guy in an extraordinary situation to its extreme, at least until A Good Day to Die Hard.
He's a superhero in this movie.
He is a superhero in this movie, but I think it's tons of fun. And
so good.
Ola Fantastic is a pretty decent.
Oh, so good.
I love that we
guy.
still call him Ola Fantastic.
Why not?
Yeah,
why wouldn't you?
he's great.
Yeah, and I think the plot's pretty solid for like a modern Die Hard movie. Because I think the last one was 93.
Yeah. And it's one of those things too where you miss someone like Bruce Willis having fun.
Yeah.
Because for a while there he's doing serious stuff or taking himself way too seriously, and at the end of the day he said, "Dude, why don't you just jump on jets and like shoot people?" And
yeah. It's great. I mean, easily the third best Die Hard movie. I mean, I could see an argument for even better because it is so much fun. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard Len Wiseman got an ulcer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Making that movie, like, it really broke him.
Poor guy.
Because Bruce Willis reportedly is not easy to work with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, Bruce Willis is an asshole. I met him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Fuck that guy then.
Dick.
What?
Another
real thing?
Another Kevin Smith appearance, and it also spawned a great lead up to then a really shitty situation for Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's funny because it's this TMNT and Catch and Release that he's in this year.
Yeah,
he had a busy acting
with
year.
Olo fantastic.
Yeah,
wow,
with Olo
great
fantastic
acting, Kevin.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead gets to do some like non-damsel in distress type thingies, which is fun.
Yeah, setting up maybe the most disappointing thing about Die Hard 5.
Hey, this character
this character's great. Let's
Justin,
replace
we're
her with a
talking
dude.
about Justin Long in this movie.
Yeah, Justin Long's
hilarious.
great.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
man.
Walrus. Yes.
And I don't know if you remember, it was supposed to be rated R, and like at the last minute they changed it to PG-13. And there's obvious cuts in the PG-13 release to take out all the swear words.
They really should have just released an R version on Blu-ray just for our own edification.
Yeah, they even released an unrated version, which does put it back in, but it's like
but still, like our
like
unrated is really clunky.
Yeah.
I remember like you had to I think it was like you had to pay the extra for the 2-disc Ultimate Edition that had the unrated cut in it and whatnot. And it was, it didn't look really cool with my other Die Hard collection that I had. That was like the 3 discs and then the bonus disc. So I was upset.
It's great. I'm really glad you got this on the list. Yeah.
I'm glad I got to introduce it. I was worried.
Yeah. James?
Me. My number 3 is a movie none of you were going to put on your list.
Flipper 2?
But it's definitely on my list, and not just because
Tale.
it's about space. My number 3 is Sunshine.
Our sun is dying. Mankind faces extinction. The Earth frozen in a solar winter. 16 months ago, our last best hope left Earth. Our purpose, to create a star within a star.
We have a payload to deliver to the heart of our nearest star. That star is dying. And if it dies, everything dies. There is nothing, literally, nothing more important than completing our mission.
Are you scared?
No.
I am.
What's going on? We don't know. All the sensors out there are burned out. The only way we're gonna know is if we go out there.
Okay, Chris. I'm gonna be taking control here for a while.
Yes, Cassie.
And I'm gonna be rotating us so the damage is facing away from the sun. Do we understand each other?
Yes, Cassie. Establishing new alignment to sun.
See the damaged panels. You can do it? Yeah. We can do it. Whoa! Hey! That ship's moving.
Manual flight controls removed.
What?
Negative, Icarus, negative. State reason immediately.
Fire in oxygen garden.
Fuel sections 5 through 9.
Returning vessel to original rotation.
They're gonna burn up.
Kaneda, Kappa, get back to the airlock now.
Shield in full sunlight.
Captain! Kaneda!
A large amount of O2 was burned in the fire. We do not have enough oxygen reserves to get us to our payload delivery point.
There's something else, too. There was no malfunction on the airlock hardware.
The airlock was decoupled manually.
There's enough oxygen to get us to the payload delivery point. there just isn't enough to get all of us there.
Warning. You are dying. All crew are dying.
We know we're dying. As long as we can live long enough to deliver the payload.
You will not live long enough to deliver the payload.
Please clarify. We have remaining oxygen to keep 4 crew alive.
Affirmative.
There are only 4 crew members.
Negative. 5 crew members.
Icarus.
Yes.
Who's the 5th crew member?
Unknown.
Nothing survives. Not your parents. Not your children. Not even stars.
So this is one of those. Yeah, this is one of those movies that like I saw in theaters and I was like, that was weird, and then I've thought about it for 10 years now. There's so many cool moments, and it doesn't work perfectly. I think for some people, you're going to watch it, think it's a really interesting sci-fi movie, and then when it turns into a bizarre space horror, you're going to be like, this is off-putting. But I think at its core, this story about going and rebooting the sun and a lot of the sort of themes and motifs that are there and this whole discussion, I will say I wholeheartedly believe that this is a movie about, going and trying to touch God. I think it's fantastic, and I've watched it so many times. It's just really interesting. I like to take a movie that is a pretty simple little sci-fi horror film and add a lot of deep conversation in there is a treat. And so, I mean, yeah, all of my top 5 could easily be my number 1 for this year, but this is definitely one that's very close to my heart. So, yeah, people should see Sunshine.
I think this is the first time I'm aware of Danny Boyle.
Oh yeah.
In a way, well, 28 Days Later, I guess, but like,
yeah.
he wasn't in my peripheral, and
Yeah.
then next year Slumdog Millionaire comes out and it's just like breakout
Right,
hit.
then everybody
and then
knows who he is,
Start
yeah.
going back,
Yeah.
because I didn't think I saw Trainspotting until the next year.
Yeah.
So.
Also,
Or Millions.
one of my favorite scores of the last 20 years, I think.
That's a good score, yeah.
The film score is just beautiful.
I think this score they ended up using in like a ton of trailers
Oh, they
after
do.
that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It pops up all the time.
Chris Evans is in this film, isn't he?
Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
Yeah, he's really good. Every performance in this movie is wonderful. Cillian Murphy is just great. And the long conversations they have about, like, the moral dilemmas that they're put in where, I mean, the scene where the one woman comes and says, like, hey, we don't have enough oxygen for all of us. Like, we have enough, but we would need to have one fewer person. And they have this like argument about whether or not they should kill the guy who is responsible for everything that's gone wrong. It's a rough and interesting sequence, and all those conversations that they have. Especially, maybe my favorite one is the scene where they're debating whether or not they should go try to hook up with the Icarus One. Is just this great sort of ethical question that is really interesting. So anyway, yeah, I think it's totally worth checking out. So
yeah, it's past my number 10.
Yeah,
but like I remember being so into it up until it turns into a monster movie.
I
like,
figured
what
it is.
It almost feels like did the studio step in because they thought what we were watching was boring?
Yeah,
I was not bored.
My biggest beef with the movie, and I don't even think this is said, but in like in the description on IMDb, you'll see that it's technically set in like 2051, and even then I saw it, I was like, you guys, this is not 50 years in the future. Come on, please. But still, yeah, I love this movie. So cool. Ryan?
every once in a while a movie slips through the cracks and it's discovered and people are like, well, how did this slip through the cracks? Because it's an amazing movie. And because this genre is really hard to sell. Not only is it a horror film, but it's an anthology. And anthologies, for some reason, never really do well. I'm talking, of course, of Trick or Treat.
During the spookiest time of the year, there are a few guidelines all ghosts and goblins should follow. Always stay on sidewalks. Never go to a stranger's house. And never go out alone.
This is the one night that all sorts of things roam free. Sorry. All these traditions.
Wait.
What?
You're supposed to keep it lit.
Why?
Ancient tradition?
Putting on costumes,
I look like I'm 5. You look great. What did we do now? We meet our dates.
jack-o'-lanterns.
Why are we here? To pay our respects to the dead? The Halloween school bus massacre.
They started to protect us, but
What in God's name are you doing down there? Hiding buddies?
nowadays, no one really cares.
This one's still lit.
What is that?
It's them.
Oh my God.
Look at me. It's not a trick. It's real.
Tonight is about respecting the customs, not breaking them.
That's right.
Trick or
did come out
Treat
this year.
came out in December of 2007.
Under very interesting circumstances.
It sat on the shelf for a year because they didn't know what to do with it, and then they just dumped it on DVD. But it tells a story. Michael Daughtry is the writer-director, and he... Dougherty, thank you. What
Is
else
Justin Terrio in this movie?
Maybe. Anyways, it tells a story of Sam, who's this little like imp pumpkin head guy, and it connects with people breaking rules on Halloween. And one deals with a teacher that kills children,
Poisons the candy.
and poisons the candy. It also deals with werewolves. Who's the victim and who really is not the victim. It's great. It turns the genre on its head. And then it's a ghost story about these kids who die in a bus accident. And then the last one is the wrap up with Sam
And Brian
Cox.
Yeah.
A guy who doesn't like Halloween and doesn't like handing out candy, so Sam terrorizes him. It's really great, really clever. If you haven't seen it, you should have. Because he went on to do X-Men movies and Superman Returns. He's Bryan Singer's friend, and so Bryan Singer also produced this film. And I forget what he's doing right now, but is he doing a Godzilla movie? I think he's doing a Godzilla movie. And
the new one. The
yeah. Is that him? Maybe he's doing the fight. I can't remember. But he's kind of like a big guy who kind of hangs out and he loves the horror genre.
Yeah.
And he wants to come back and do Trick or Treat 2.
Cool.
So I would, if you want to see a good anthology film, I would definitely check this one out.
Perfect time of year for it too.
It is.
At Comic-Con that year, like at the WB booth, they were the only big screenings they were doing leading up to that release were like at the con that year. They like really like I don't know why, but Warner Brothers really didn't know exactly what to do with it.
I think it's a hard sell,
right?
Because the tone of it is really weird. where it is kind of funny, but it's also pretty horrific. I mean, there's lots of violence in it.
Dylan Baker's monologue with the kid while the kid's dying is really off-putting.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's a bizarre movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they ran into. Like, and sometimes horror films, you just don't know what to do with them. And this one is more of a horror comedy anthology.
So it's already kind of like pushing the edge of...
Because even, I mean, the tag scene with the little Sam monster kid, like, he doesn't kill anybody. He just, like, really punishes Brian Cox. And it's not shit.
Computer over there?
Something terrible is happening in New York.
Are you adding
really
sound effects to our
walls.
podcast?
So yeah, definitely if you're in the mood for a Halloween film, Trick or Treat's one of my favorites.
Cool.
Check it out.
Nice pick.
Zach?
My number 2...
Can I say it? Just kidding. Go ahead.
My number 2 is No Country for Old Men.
Let me ask you something. What's the most you ever lost in a coin toss?
Look, I need to know what I stand to win.
Everything. Just call it friendo.
Willin, what's in the satchel?
Full of money?
He's just a guy who happened to find that money.
I got a bad feeling, Llewellyn.
It's a mess, ain't it, Sheriff?
If it ain't, it'll do till the mess gets here.
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
You go up to his trailer.
Yes.
Do you want to leave a message?
Yes.
If I don't come back, you tell Mother I love her.
Your mother's dead.
Well, then I'll tell her myself.
Got a loose cannon here.
You think this boy Moss has got any notion of the sorts that are hunting him?
I don't know, he ought to. He's seen the same things I've seen, and it certainly made an impression on me.
Just how dangerous is it?
Compared to what? The bubonic plague?
The crime you see now, it's hard to even take its measure. It's just all out war.
You can't stop what's coming. What's this guy supposed to be, the ultimate badass?
You don't understand.
Call it. Call it.
Oh, mine too.
Yeah. So you were asking the question earlier, like, does my dad like the films that I take him to go see? He loves the Coen brothers. He's the one who got me into them. But he did not know that this was directed by the Coen brothers until I told him about it, and then we knew we had to go. And we went to the Regency again off of the Hampden because that was like one of the only places it was playing at the time. And we're in a small theater, and that ended up being an advantage because that movie is strangely intimate.
Oh yeah. With
the Coens, I've maintained that from my perspective, they haven't made a terrible film. I know Intolerable Cruelty doesn't have its fans, but I
it's
still
tolerable.
It is, unlike the title. It's tolerable.
What I love about the Coens is they can take any genre and you know it's them. Their camera and the way they shoot things makes them immediately identifiable.
And then if the camera's not getting you, it's the dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
This film, the first time I saw it, I couldn't process it fully because it was a type of filmmaking I wasn't used to. Because I don't think I'd seen Barton Fink at this point. I don't think I had seen Miller's Crossing or Blood Simple or anything like that. Like, I knew Coens for comedy. Like Lady Killers 3 years prior was like one of my favorite things in the world, man. You have no idea. And so with No Country for Old Men, one, Javier Bardem in this film is like, I'm not used to him. I didn't know who he was, so he looked menacing from the get-go. Especially because I don't think I'd watched a movie with him prior to this. Tommy Lee Jones, like when I'm seeing him top billed in a movie, I'm like, oh, he's going to be the main character. He's not really in it that much. He's a third wheel to a degree, even though he's a very important part of how that movie concludes. And then Josh Brolin, I don't think I'd seen The Goonies at this point, so this was my first Josh Brolin movie.
How did you feel about Into the Blue with Jessica Alba? Did you see that?
I never saw that.
All right, then it might be.
Yeah. So
was Jonah Hex after this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because this was the year Transformers was out.
So other than Tommy Lee Jones and Woody Harrelson and Stephen Root, like I knew who Stephen Root was,
but he's in one scene or two.
Yeah, well, he's in two technically.
Yeah.
One scene he's talking, and the other one he's not. So it kind of felt new to me. It was an area that was appropriately making me feel uncomfortable with the situation, and so therefore allowed me to run along with the Llewellyn Moss character in a way that I probably wouldn't have if I had recognized these people or known who they were. The scene in the motel where he hides the money in the air vent, and it when I first saw it, I didn't realize how uncomfortable I was in it until rewatching it again and again and again. My conclusion on No Country for Old Men, it's not the only thing this movie is, but it is one of them. This is a very good horror movie. You have to look at it through a lens that it's hard to sell because it doesn't have normal horror tropes that are visible on the surface. You have to look at the way it's being paced. You have to look at the way Deakins is shooting the film. You have to look at the way they're cutting the film. Like the Coens are really good editors. That Roderick Janus guy, great guy, probably should get an Oscar so that we can see what he really looks like. I know. But it plays out like a horror movie to a degree with Anton Chigurh being your slasher. But it can't qualify fully as that because it's also asking a lot of like dark questions, not nihilistic, dark questions. And James and I have had this talk before about, is this film nihilistic? Is it not? Because it'd be easy to label it that because of who its author is of the original source material and the way he speaks his mind. The ending to this film confused the shit out of me because it was the first time I'd really ever watched a movie with an ambiguous ending, like a very open-ended. It's not meant to have a satisfying conclusion. It's meant to leave you in that space.
It has such a satisfying.
And the fact that for the majority of this film, if there's any music, it's atmospherical at best. So when we finally get to the end of the film, 1, I'm surprised. 2, I'm confused, and 3, I was like, what happened to the Soggy Bottom Boys? So like, this being like a different type of Coen for me was very important, and it shaped a lot of how I would go on to view their filmography from there on out. It's a very important film. My dad's not the biggest fan of this film. He likes it, he appreciates it, but he likes a different type of Coen. Like he likes Coen that's goofy. Like he loves Hail Caesar. So like this is where I'm able to kind of like, this is my entry point into being able to balance two types of Coen and being totally fine with them. So it's a wonderful film, and I'm glad it won the Oscar that it did, like the Oscars that it did, because it was very important. I do wish that Josh Brolin had won for Best Supporting Actor to a certain extent, because I think his character is a little more dynamic than Chigurh. But Chigurh is so menacing and so terrifying that he steals the show in the same way that maybe a Christoph Waltz does in Inglourious Bastards. So it's a wonderful film.
Like same thing with Christoph Waltz. It was the first time that America had truly seen Javier Bardem,
Mm-hmm.
and so it was it was like just the introduction, the shock of him, I think, really helped his chances at the Oscars.
Interestingly enough, this film came out the same year as Vicky Cristina Barcelona, I believe, with Javier Bardem. And nobody, like, I don't think anybody made a connection at all. So, it's interesting to know that, like, this other film that he did is not really talked about because this other film that he did is so
Henry, say something or
dark.
he's going to go on forever.
Okay, so the reasons why I like No Country for Old Men.
Sorry, Zach.
I think it's I think Zach did a really good job of kind of explaining like the essay of No Country for Old Men. One thing I like about it is that like I think it's the only time that I looked up their filmography. It's the only film that they've made that there's no comedy in. Like, they have bleak films as well, but every other film has comedy in it. Like, Inside Llewyn Davis is a very bleak film, but it's a very bleak comedy. Whereas there's no humor in this film. If you look it up, there's no music in this film.
I don't think there's any intentional humor.
I was going to say there is one funny moment when his mother-in-law is gets out of the car and like the cartel guy comes over to talk to her, and she's like, "What do I have to do in El Paso?" I don't know. And it's the woman from Donnie Darko. Everything that woman says in the movie is hilarious to me. I think it's great. But I agree with you. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just a great performance from a good character actor.
I forget at the end, does Tommy Lee Jones actually say, like, this is no country for old men?
No, he doesn't.
But someone else does.
Oh, that's actually a line in the movie?
No, he doesn't. No, it's never said.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's like it's also like this is my opinion, but I think this is like the Coen Brothers Schindler's List, where I think it's their best made film, but it's not my favorite of their filmography. And I just it's interesting seeing them do a straight drama, because that's really nothing. They didn't do that before, and they really haven't done it since. And I don't know. I think everyone gives a really good performance in it. I think it's the best Western of the year. And yeah, I think it's just that there's that one shot of it's in the motel when Javier Bardem blows that guy's arm off, and the arm just explodes like in a way that I've not seen done ever. And it's like that's the one shot of this film that's really stuck with me, is that just that arm kind of breaking in half and then expanding. But I just love it. Yeah, this is my number 2.
Nice. I'll talk about it later.
Oh.
Brad?
So my number 2 is a repeat about class warfare. My number 2 is Ratatouille.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I really swept a leg there. I'm sorry.
I've told this story many times of how like it came out around my birthday, and we were like, we have to go see Ratatouille, I guess. Because we already saw Die Hard like twice, and then I watched. I'm like, why was I?
Why do you always doubt Pixar?
Yeah,
like even their new one, Coco. I'm like, I don't know, but
I'm sure it'll be great.
But
it's gonna make you cry.
Great, yeah,
15 times
probably.
But yeah, it's a delightful movie. The animation is spectacular, especially the finale. And yeah, like it has this level of here's this peasant trying to exist in this elite world, and the way he gets the upper hand is to make the most peasant food imaginable, and totally turns the most elite guy to his side. Yeah. It's just great storytelling.
So good.
Yeah. And Patton Oswalt does a great job.
Oh yeah.
That character.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Way to be brief.
Yeah, no, you guys already talked a bunch about it, so I don't need to go into it.
James, I think we have the same number 2.
Oh, I'm sure we do. Fuck you, Zach. My number 2 is Zodiac.
Dear editor, this is the murderer of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman and the girl on the 4th of July.
I want you to print this cipher on the front page of your paper.
He wants his code in the afternoon edition.
Ray Smith, don't you have a cartoon to finish?
The Zodiac Killer has come to San Francisco.
Another letter.
School children make nice targets.
He gave himself a name.
Greek, Morse code, astrological signs. This guy's used them all.
I like killing people because man is the most dangerous animal of all.
How does one do that?
I like puzzles. I do them a lot.
Got any hard suspects?
About 90 an hour. I'm up to around 500.
You got 4 crime scenes, not a single usable print. You can't think of this case in normal police terms.
He's breaking the pattern.
Glenna said you were a cartoonist.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing at a gun range?
I just want to help.
What are you, some kind of Boy Scout?
Eagle Scout, actually. First class. Well, I've been thinking...
Oh, God, Samuelson.
There was no evidence, Robert.
What do you mean there's no evidence? You have him seen with the ciphers, the military boot prints, the bloody knife.
All circumstantial.
Why do you need to do this?
Because nobody else will.
Dave, you made a mistake! Get away from the window.
Paul, are you okay?
No.
Why'd you do it? You put your face out there for him to see.
Hello? Who is this?
Zodiac was my job. It is not yours.
He's still out there, Dave.
Killing is his compulsion. It drives him. It's in his blood.
Jeez.
What?
Squirrels.
This is the Zodiac speaking.
I've begun.
I can give you a lift to the service station.
Do you always go around helping people in the night?
I'm not the Zodiac. And if I was, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
Are you sure there's nobody else in the house?
Feel it in the air. It's there everywhere.
Yep.
I had to hit you back.
Whatever, you guys can be wrong all you want. It doesn't fucking matter to me.
Yeah, Zodiac is a movie that I think the first time I saw it in theaters, I remember like walking out of it and knowing that it was good, not knowing how great it was, but also knowing that I didn't understand why anyone else would like this movie, just because it is very slow and not about what you think it's like. It's not really about the Zodiac. It's actually about Jake Gyllenhaal's obsession with this series of murders and what he goes through to try and solve them, and also this breakdown in justice of all these different people who have all these different pieces, and because of the time, I mean, it's hardly their fault, but because of the time, no one's communicating, and so no one can put all the pieces together in a timely enough fashion to really figure this out. Which I think is, especially, I'm watching through Mindhunter right now, which is, at a similar time, and that idea that, like, part of why there's so many of these famous serial killers at the time may just be because, a lot of this detective work was nascent, and watching that sort of come together in the film was great.
What I love about the film is my number two too, by the way, is it's a horror film that's not a typical horror film. It's a horror film about paranoia.
Yeah,
because that's the scary part, is you don't know when the next attack's going to come. It's a modern 70s style Jack the Ripper. You're getting taunted by a guy. You have a guy who's obsessed because he thinks he's smarter and he can figure out everything about him. You have another reporter who's his own
worst enemy.
Worst enemy is himself,
yeah,
and that's the Robert Downey Jr. character. And it's just a really well done film. It's my favorite Fincher film. I think he's really subtle in how he directs it, because there's the scene of the two kids by the side of the lake is pretty scary, but it's really
terrifying.
I mean, he doesn't make it flashy.
Oh no,
it's like, this is what happened.
It's part of what is so good and terrifying. I mean, I would say it's probably, I'm not sure it's my favorite Fincher film storytelling wise. Visually, it definitely is. Like his camera work in this movie is the best he's ever been, and I think his ability, like the way he builds tension, especially like in that sequence, the hunter sequence, or the taxi sequence. Like, it's such a bizarre shot, but it's such a memorable shot, and it's all CG, where he's following the taxi from an aerial view, and the whole world moves around the taxi as it like turns right, and you're following this taxi until the Zodiac shoots the driver, and like little things like that where he builds tension in this incredible way, just with where he puts the camera, and the scene by the lake is. And it's one of the most disturbing sequences this year.
And how can you, it's one of those things where how do you make a story where people know what happens that they know the circumstances of it? How do you make it compelling?
Yeah.
And, everybody across the board is great. Ruffalo, Downey Jr., Gyllenhaal.
John Carroll Lynch.
Yeah.
John Carroll Lynch, yeah.
Because it's also a red herring throughout the film, because they're saying, "Oh, is it this guy?"
Right,
but they never answer because they don't know.
Right.
And I think it just the obsession of it, because Gyllenhaal loses his family because of it.
Chloe Savini,
she's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, those creepy sequences in that middle part where like the sort of copycat guy is calling into Brian Cox on the TV show, and like there's the terrible calls to Jake Gyllenhaal's house, and you don't even necessarily know if it's really the Zodiac or not, right? Like it could be anyone, and just that level of, you're right, that level of paranoia in San Francisco at the time, it's just wonderful. Yeah,
because you never know who's stalking, and I think that's where Fincher's so strong, is because visually, you're right. He tells a story, and he tells it in ways that it's dark. You don't know what's in the corner. The paranoia seeps through every frame of the film.
Yeah. Actually, the most terrifying moment in the movie is the other copycat, where the woman and her child are in the car, and the guy's just like, "Hey, I'm gonna throw your baby out of the car before I kill you." That sequence is just so like. That's actually the one that, walking out of the theater, made me the most scared for myself, right? Because here's this moment that, especially by the end, you realize, like, whoever that guy was, probably not the Zodiac, just another crazy person, you know? And that was so disturbing and makes you just fear for yourself anytime you're not in your own house with all the doors locked and a knife.
Yeah.
You know? It's great.
Just a really well done film. And again, I love this film, too, because it's starting Robert Downey Jr.'s like return, because it just showcases he's a great actor, and if he doesn't hurt himself through abuse of drugs or alcohol, like, he gives performances that are amazing. And so this, I mean, is where he started, because I think his next movie was Iron Man.
Yeah.
So he really owned the part. It's not a big part.
No.
But he's in there enough, like, yeah, that's the guy I want to see. Because, like, I've seen all his movies. So after, he starts really abusing the drugs, you can see his performances are good, but not anywhere near where they need to be.
Yeah.
Because he's distracted. But this is where he turned the corner. And, I mean, what he is today.
Yeah.
Probably because he's able to incorporate his demons into the performance in a responsible manner.
I do want to just say that, like, as much as I do love this movie because of the scary bits, the truth is it's just a great mystery film on its own. And watching Gyllenhaal try to put all these pieces together is the real reason you're there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's the thing that keeps you going.
Because it's, like I said, it's a modern day Jack the Ripper. You want, and what makes it too so fascinating is you want to know who did it.
Yeah.
You want that satisfaction conclusion, but you're never going to get it.
Right.
I'm sure the Zodiac Killer is fucking dead now, but it's. You'll never get it. You'll never get it. It's just like, Jack the Ripper. They never know who it is. The fascination behind the case is what really drives the force behind it, because you're right. It's so random. And that's, those are the hardest crimes to solve. Yeah. I mean, if there's no motive, your motive is just you just want to kill people.
Right.
That's tough to figure out. Who's going to do that? So, yep. That's why Zodiac is the number 2 film of the year.
Yes, it is.
Zach, what's your number 1 film?
The Reaping, starring Hilary Swank.
Ooh, nicely done.
No, it's Zodiac. I'm really not gonna. I'm not gonna. I actually talked about it 2 weeks ago because of Corinne's question. I will add on to it, though, that sadly this film was shittily marketed. This was like the worst marketing ever. When Smodcast first started coming out this year of 2007, one of the earliest episodes talks about how this film and Black Snake Moan got completely ignored in favor of fucking Wild Hogs, which makes me want to like set things on fire. It's not a good movie at
Black
all.
Snake Moan, really good.
Oh no, Black Snake Moan is good.
Yeah.
Wild Hogs is garbage.
Yeah.
You better watch what you say there.
Henry's number 1, Wild Hogs.
If it is, I'm going to be shocked. But anyway, and so like, because it's weird, because the next year we get Benjamin Button, and that's when Fincher starts getting the awards attention, quote unquote.
Which is weird because that's his worst film in my mind.
Me too.
Again, one of the reasons the Oscars suck is because they don't recognize it when it's really there.
Right.
They pay attention to the fall and winter.
Did you get like tons of attention for 7?
Yeah.
The screenplay, and
that's when he started getting budgets. Yes.
Yeah. But so like, and this film comes out Zodiac comes out in February. Like at the time was a dead month.
Yeah.
And so like I didn't see it in the theater. I saw it months later when it finally got released on DVD and its theatrical cut. Because my thing was I would take my paycheck that I earned at the theater and spend it all at the Blockbuster across the street on previously used DVDs and any new DVDs that were coming out.
Yep.
And this was one of them, and I remember seeing it on my portable DVD player for the first time, like one evening after work, and couldn't go to sleep afterward. And I kept watching it again and again, and then the director's cut came out, and I watched that again and again and again. And I think it was actually Dave Klein, who I was working with that summer, who said, you need to watch Zodiac. Because we talked about Seven also, which I hadn't seen at that point. And then I saw it that same summer. He got me into Fincher.
Zodiac is the movie I wish people would see when they say they love Seven. Not saying that Seven's a bad movie.
Yeah.
But Seven's like the glossy version.
Yeah, it's the Hollywood version.
Seven is to Zodiac like Saw is to Seven.
There you go.
Okay.
Bit harsh, but okay.
But I mean, this film still entrances me. It gets me hooked. Anytime I see it on Netflix, I'll pop it on. If I've got the Blu-ray handy, which I do, but if it's near me, I'll pop it on. I got so into the Zodiac case after this movie. Like, I read Rick Graysmith's books. I read other books by other people.
Books on how to kill people.
how to find a Zodiac watch. That turned out to be eBay.
I made a book out of skin. The basics.
Bound by Flesh.
Necronomicon.
I started calling myself Ash. I don't know how deviated this way.
Necronomicon Ex Mortis.
But when you know stuff about that case, it's weird. It turns the film into like a dual purpose where like Arthur Lee Allen, like as a subject matter, is important because of how many people thought he was the Zodiac. If you watch it without the context of the case and going in blank, Allen represents something much stronger, which is the fact that no one knows what's going on at any point in time, really. Mm-hmm. Even when you think Gyllenhaal knows what's going on, he really doesn't. This film, one of the greatest things about this film is that it handles misinformation and like the lack of communication between departments and counties in such an entertaining fashion. Yeah. Like that, not in the way of like, we're going to make fun of law enforcement. It points out a fact that existed at the time, which is like,
it still exists. The communication is
I don't want to put you in a position to like.
Oh, no. I'm just saying you're in a profession where you have lots of people with lots of opinions, trying to reach the common goal, and not everything's communicated.
Right. Yeah. And I will always maintain that final scene in the film is a great summary of everything that occurs, because like it's that last line with
Doyle McPoyle.
Every time I see him,
he's just Doyle McPoyle. That's all I know.
Is when he says like, last time I saw this face was in 1963. I'm fairly sure that's the man who shot me. And it ending with hurdy-gurdy man. Like I get chills when I watch the film. It was very important to the making of the film, The Boy Who Stares, that I shot a couple of years ago. It was the film I gave to the actors and said, like, I want you to watch the expressions on their face, and I want you to try to grab something for that when you're not talking on screen. I want you to try to grab for that level of introspection. So, didn't really work with Spencer Kane because he didn't listen to me, but whatever. He still did a good job.
Actors don't.
I know. But anyway, Zodiac, number one. Yeah.
Henry?
My number one is probably my favorite comedy of all time. It might not be number one, but it's definitely in the top 5. My number one is Hot Fuzz. It's
cool.
Yeah, I think
my number one too, Henry.
Oh,
I'm glad another one of us is sane.
Totally.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz is just, I don't know. I can watch this film endlessly and still laugh, which is saying a lot for comedies, because like a punchline's a punchline. But yeah, I genuinely really love this film to a point where, I don't know, it's my favorite Edgar Wright film. And also, one thing I've always said is that Edgar Wright, your favorite Edgar Wright film kind of depends on what genre is your favorite. Action films are one of my favorite genres, and so obviously I'm going to like Hot Fuzz a lot. I just love it a lot. The opening is one of my favorite openings to any film ever. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, Ryan, do you have more you want? We've talked about this film a lot this podcast, but Ryan, do you have anything more?
No, I mean you pretty much summed it up. It's my favorite film of the year. It's actually not my favorite Edgar Wright film. Shaun of the Dead's still my favorite, but it's really close because he is so clever. I think why the punchlines always work in Edgar Wright films is he sets up them so far in advance, and then there's usually a payoff.
Mm-hmm.
And with Hot Fuzz, it's the slow unraveling of the mystery, and Nick Frost eventually siding with Nick Angel, and I love the part where they're fighting Derp in the grocery store.
Yarp.
Yeah. And he says, yeah, but I did tell him I was fighting. I hit him with a piece of ice cream. I told him to chill out. Stuff like that is great, and it still works every time you watch it.
Oh, cool off. Yeah,
yeah,
so
cool off. Yeah. You were off the fucking chain. Because he even sets it up. He tells you when they invite him over to watch movies, he tells you, don't you like this scene from this movie? Don't you like this scene from this movie? And then the climax of Hot Fuzz, he recreates all those scenes.
Yeah.
And all really well, where it's the heroic shot from Bad Boys 2, whether it's him shooting up in the air from Point Break.
I was going to say, that movie deserves to be on people's top 10 list just because of its association with Point Break.
Yeah. And, jumping and shooting two guns at once. Yeah. Riding into town on a horse. I mean, drop kicking an old lady.
It's great.
I love when they're talking at dinner about why he wanted to be a policeman. And Nick Frost's answer to his shame, I thought you would have been a great Muppet.
When you were in Police Academy, did you do the jumping with the two guns?
Fucking A. Well, no, I mean, it's kind of stupid because if you accidentally jump and you shoot, you're going to shoot yourself with your whatever arms behind you. But
the soundtrack to this film, too, is
I love the soundtrack.
I remember walking through the hall in high school listening to that, thinking I know I'm not a badass, but this is making me feel like one.
Yep. I always have that Police Constable Nicholas Angel.
Robert Rodriguez did a piece of music for the film too, like Avenging Angel or something like that. I can't remember the title track, but
I mean, there's even funny parts where he goes in to talk to or break up with his girlfriend, and it's all the CS guy people look the same.
It's Cate Blanchett too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Just funny stuff.
Like in the background, all the people that she's referring to are going
hello. Good stuff.
It's great.
Oh, boy.
Great movie.
It's Dave.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got to say. So.
All right. Cool. Brad?
My number one is another repeat. It's Superbad.
Nice.
Nice.
So, yeah. This.
I really killed your list. I'm the worst.
I'll get you at Filmsplosion 2017.
Oh, I bet.
Actually, I probably will. Unintentionally. Yeah, this movie speaks to me on so many levels. It's hilarious. I love seeing two outcast guys trying to.
I'm so jealous that
be
you gotta
cool
suck on
and
those
not.
Tits.
Huh? Yeah. I'm jealous you got to suck your dad's dick. So
yeah, it reminds me. You're right. It reminds me of how we talked.
Yeah,
it's that's why I think this movie's so great.
I think the generation before us always talks about Clerks being the movie that was their friends, and they hadn't seen that represented before. And,
yeah.
I mean, to some extent that's us too, but Superbad was more of our time, and just really raunchy and just had that perspective of losers in high school.
Yeah, maybe it's because me and you were losers in high school.
So. I mean, they were way filthier than we were. But,
yeah. Yes, and 3/4 of a hand job, but who's counting?
I remember the trailer. For me, it felt like I didn't know what the film was really the story was. I just knew that title, and then them playing Panama in the trailer.
Yeah, and I also remember
it was
them
just
really
enough.
selling the McLovin thing.
Yeah,
it was. I am McLovin.
It was enough to get me excited for it, and then you watch the film, and it's even greater than anything they could have sold you on. The title's Superbad. I until I saw the movie, I was like, well, what does Superbad mean? That's kind of is it have something to do with the film? And then the movie ends, and I'm like, well, they're just all this film is terrible things are going on here, but like it's all right because it's funny as shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it ends with a mirage of penis drawings.
Yeah. Says
So
we're
good.
drawing this really veiny triumphant one.
Those are probably some of the best end credits I've ever seen.
I just love.
I have this thing. Don't freak out.
Yeah, I know. I love Jonah Hill's facial expressions at that part because I forget. He's like, that fucking bitch. He's like, I'm getting really pissed off. I was like, what?
That part where they're like slow motion walking and they see McLovin with the vest and then Jonah Hill's face is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he looked like fucking Pinocchio.
Aladdin.
Yeah, Aladdin. I need to watch that movie
when
tonight.
Jonah can't steal the liquor and he comes out and Chris McLovin has that great line of like, where'd you hide the liquor, Danny Ocean, up your butt?
Yeah,
all his dreams of what happens in a liquor store.
Put it back, son. I never had a choice. I forget what he says. Yeah, I need to watch that movie again.
Yeah, it's really good.
He's so fucking fast.
Michael Cera singing "These Eyes."
He's the fastest boy alive.
These Eyes Are Crying moment is, and when you hear them talking about that moment on the commentary, it's even funnier. So, but yeah. And their love of Joel Trulia, who at the time we didn't. I mean, unless you watched The State, you didn't really know, or Wet Hot American Summer. Joel Trulia was not a known name at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
cool.
Good on those guys.
It's a good one.
James.
Yeah, my number one is No Country for Old Men. Which, I mean, I'll agree with most of what Zach said. He said a lot. So I have long been of the opinion that this movie generally gets completely misinterpreted. A lot of people think of it as a really nihilistic film about how, like, there's chaos and violence and evil in the world, and the world is just generally getting worse. And I think the movie is very clearly not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is one where, much like Zodiac, but even more, when this movie ended, I just sat in the theater watching those credits roll and was affected. Like, I just had to it's one of those times that I've used this before where the movie was over and I feel like somebody like smashed me over the head with a television. It's and it took me years to really like dissect and think about, and the fact that I continue to think about that movie as much as I do is a testament to how interesting and deep I think it is. I think it bothers me at first, and then now as I go back and rewatch it, the fact that your hero dies suddenly off screen in this film, like you've been invested in this guy, and everybody keeps telling him that, you know, if he keeps trying to do this, he's going to die, like he can't do what he's doing. And, you know, we're so trained by modern films to just expect like, oh, well, no, look how smart he is. He's going to totally outwit this guy. And the villain that we aren't invested in any way kills him completely off screen. Like, everyone is right because, you know, we think Anton Chigurh is the thing to be afraid of, and the Mexican cartel just shows up at his hotel and slaughters him in the doorway. And, like, it's very unceremonious. And so the only thing you have left is sort of the thing you started with, which is Tommy Lee Jones' interpretation of his world, and this idea that, you know, he's becoming an old man, and, like, you know, oh, yeah, we used to just not be able to not have to carry a gun because things were so, like, tame and there wasn't that much violence. And then everything he's told in the last, like, 15 minutes of the film is the exact opposite of that. And the truth is that what the movie is saying is that despite the fact that there is, you know, chaos and evil in the world, like, there is something working for good, and generally things are actually getting better, and that there is this sort of glimmer of hope at the end. I think it's really a beautiful, haunting, and really fun film because the whole time you're following Josh Brolin, I think it's a really exciting film. So that sequence when he jumps out of the window from the hotel, like the scene from the hotel all the way down that street with the truck and all of that, is one of the most exciting sequences of that year. Like, such a pleasure to watch on the big screen, and still even today. I adore this movie, and hard for me to say like what my favorite Coen Brothers film is. It's probably Fargo, but this is certainly certainly up there. And yeah, I can see your argument, Henry, that like it's like their Schindler's List, where this is a movie with very little fun. But I mean, the scene in the convenience store is a masterclass sequence that is such great tension building and really good acting, and a scene that doesn't need to be in the movie. Like, it's just there to crank up the tension through this film.
Don't put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
A 20 is your life.
It's not just a quarter, which it is.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, what the fuck? This guy's so crazy. Great performance. Fantastic script.
Do you like my Dorothy Hamill haircut?
So yeah, anyway, that's my number one.
Yeah, we already talked about my number one, Hot Fuzz. Talked about it a lot. Me and Henry have the best taste, of course.
Of course, as always.
As always.
This is insane.
So that was Filmsplosion 2007.
Yeah.
Good year for films.
It was.
Very strong.
Very strong.
Any that you wanted to get on the list but didn't?
I mean, I was close on My Name is Bruce, just because I love Bruce Campbell, and he wrote and directed it.
I'm kind of genuinely surprised that you guys didn't. None of you put Shoot 'Em Up as a like stinger.
Well, I mean, he does kill a dude with a banana.
Or carrot. I thought it was
a carrot. You're right, a carrot.
That movie's good. I was kind of hoping that I didn't have to put Diving Bell and the Butterfly on my list because I figured, well, Henry will do that for me, and then you didn't.
Sorry.
I totally forgot that I was going to pretend that Walk Hard was my number one.
I know, me too. I totally forgot too. Fuck.
Oh, you mean Suck Hard, the shitty cock story? Yeah, what a piece of shit.
I used to love getting that joke in there every time I talk about it.
Yeah,
that's great.
I tried to get there's a film that I saw that year, and it didn't get a wide release, but it was called Waitress with Kerry Russell.
Oh yeah,
and it was Adrienne Shelley. She was a great filmmaker. Unfortunately, she was murdered like the year before the film was released.
Jesus.
In a terrible case. But like Waitress, I remember loving the shit out of that film, and Andy Griffith's in it. He's just a cantankerous old man who loves pie.
Nathan Fillion, right?
Nathan Fillion's in it too. Yeah. And Jeremy Sisto from Things.
Yeah. I wanted to show a little bit of love. Oh yeah. I wanted to show a little bit of love for Mr. Brooks because that's like a really weird little movie that you wouldn't expect Kevin Costner to make, and I also like the fact that Dane Cook gets killed with a shovel.
Well, you know what I don't like about that movie is the scene where Mr. Brooks shows up in his room,
yeah,
and then he leaves, and Dane Cook's like, "Mr. Brooks, Mr. Brooks." Oh, it's like the worst acting ever, and I can't.
Yeah, I know, but it's okay because he gets killed with a shovel.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
I like Michael Clayton a lot, and I really wanted to find a place for it because I love George Clooney's final line in the movie, which is a callback line. And then, yeah, like it was a good year. Oh, I like Rob Zombie's Halloween, but I was never going to put that on a top 10.
Yeah, I have
it's a hard one.
The problem I have is I think actually Rob Zombie makes a cool film, but I don't like when. I think Michael Myers is scarier when he doesn't have a backstory.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because his backstory is told where he kills his sister, but this one spends 45 minutes like,
it's a child psychology
why.
film, and then it's a slasher film.
Yeah.
It's two different films.
It is, and it's not bad. My wife loves it.
I think it's a good remake. I think, or reimagining, whatever terminology you want to use. And I love Malcolm McDowell in that one. I don't like him in H2. I will say though, the version I saw in the theaters is not the one I own because I own the unrated cut. But the version that I saw in the theater had Bill Moseley cameo and all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's a really weird. Actually, I was just messing around on Amazon because there's a Mill Creek, I think, double feature of Halloween and Halloween 2, the Rob Zombie ones, are theatrical cuts. So the Halloween 2 doesn't exist on Blu-ray for theatrical or in this Scream Factory. I have like the super duper limited edition one. They don't even put the theatrical cut in that.
With H2, that's not necessarily a bad thing in my opinion.
Well, see, I think actually the theatrical cut, I can't remember, that's why I need to buy it.
The theatrical cut had less involvement on Laurie's end. The director's cut to me talks a lot more about how Laurie is coping with everything. Like in my opinion, it's a great example of how to shoot someone who's got PTSD in a film.
Sure.
But again, with the caveat that it's Rob Zombie and it's a horror movie and it's got a lot of things padding that, but like at the surface, it's a good PTSD.
I give him credit for doing
story.
Something different. But,
yeah, the White Horse is still really whatever it's going to be. But
again, my biggest problem with Rob Zombie he always has women talk like they're redneck, like hillbillies, and it doesn't sound natural at all to me. I think that's his biggest weakness as a writer. And I've said this before, he'll do horrible things to all other women but his wife. So I think that's a really glaring issue in his films. in Halloween, just as an example, so his wife plays Michael Myers' mother, and she kills herself off screen by shooting herself. But he'll show
to the song "Only Women Bleed." By the way,
Danielle Harris gets accosted nude and chased and blooded, like hit constantly.
It was uncomfortable as fuck to watch that in the theater.
And that's what I mean. So and then in The Lords of Salem, same thing. He'll do horrible things to Meg Foster, whoever. And then Sherry's Moon Zombie, he'll be like, oh, well, we'll just hands off. We'll show her butt in this scene, but I will show someone else totally nude getting destroyed. I have a big issue with that.
I could have found a place for that first Halloween, though, at number 10, because the scene with Spy Kid and young Michael is absolutely terrifying, in my opinion. Like, it was like when you hear Daryl Sabara pleading for his life, and the blood's black and everything. Like, it's just the way it was colored. Like, it was off-putting.
Yeah, so. I mean, he makes his movies.
Yeah.
I thought the Reno 9/11 Miami movie was funny.
Oh,
What's that thing we always quoted from Patton Oswalt in that movie?
Oh,
shit.
Fuck. I have to see it again.
He runs away, and then they have like a conversation. He comes back, and he's like, I'm not dead or something. I forget.
Well, they have Best Buy on DVD, the complete Reno 911 series for like $20. I'm like, that's kind of worth it. Because
is there the movie in it?
No. Maybe it does. I don't know. I never really examined it. But it might be enough for me to buy it because
I also like
funny.
Alien vs. Predator Requiem.
Me too.
Yeah.
That movie's decent.
Badass.
This is a film that was never going to make the list, but it was notable. My friend who I went to see all those movies with dragged me to Pathfinder. Does anybody remember Pathfinder?
Yeah, I remember Pathfinder.
Okay, so it was garbage.
Yeah,
I tried rewatching it last year to be like, well, how bad can it really be? And it's still garbage.
I like the director.
Yeah.
So
wait, so if Paul W.S. Anderson wasn't making Resident Evil films or AVP films, what was he doing that year?
Death Race.
Oh, was this the Death Race?
No, Death Race was the next year.
No, it was the next year. He's prepping for Death Race. You know how hard it is for him to
you
prep
have
for those
to prep
racing?
for the amazingness that is Death Race. I actually do love that.
No, movie's pretty good.
Henry, did you say what you didn't get on?
Lars and the Real Girl, Knocked Up, Wreck, Eastern Promises. So
love Eastern Promises.
Eastern Promises.
Yeah, that's about it though.
Viggo Mortensen, Hanging Brain.
Enchanted.
A B movie.
I would have tried to get Enchanted.
Enchanted is a
I
fun movie.
love
Enchanted. That's a good one.
Strong Gear.
Yeah.
Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium.
The number 23.
I would have done it just for the title. Because I've never seen The Standee, and I'm like, that is the dumbest title I've ever seen.
Henry, thanks for joining us via Skype.
Yeah.
Depending on how hard this is for Brad to edit, maybe we'll do it again.
Yeah.
I mean, you could technically just come on every week if this works out right.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you want to keep staying up until like 1 o'clock in the morning your time.
It's only midnight.
Next week,
we're not done yet, buddy.
We're seeing Jigsaw. James won't be here because he's a pussy.
Yeah, I'm going to go anywhere else.
So we'll play a game.
Game of Death. Can we watch Game of Death?
Whatever you want, James.
Game of Death is probably
so
better.
thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Until next week. Bye.
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 Suck my balls.
Bye, Henry.
Real Nerds Podcast is a Nebulous Visions multimedia production. The Real Nerds would like to thank the Alamo Draft House in Littleton and now open in Sloan's Lake. We also would like to thank Colorado Coins, Cards, and Comics, especially Andrew. Our music has been brought to you by Sparks Mandrill and Plan 9 Studios. And of course, thanks to James's mother, our most loyal listener. Have a nice day. Real Nerds Podcast is a partner of Denver Podcast Network in the shadow of the mountain.
We speak.